Alrighty. How's everyone doing today? Well, buckle your seatbelts. This is going to be a long one. Anyways, welcome everybody to the September 13th City of Edina Planning Commission meeting. On behalf of the rest of the Planning Commission, we are grateful you are here with us, whether you're tuning in remotely or here in person. I say it every time, but your curiosity, your participation, and your feedback is vital to this process as we navigate change here together in Edina, specifically regarding the ways in which people would like to use their land. We got a busy agenda. I mentioned that before. I'll go through some of the plan to get through the agenda a little more quickly tonight. But otherwise, a couple things to note before we get started. The city is committed to receiving and hearing your feedback. There is a variety of means through email or our engagement website, which is bettertogetheredina.org. We commit to you that everything that you've put in has made its way to us and has been reviewed and will be considered tonight upon us making decisions. You don't have to submit feedback in another way, but we welcome it. Tonight there are 4 public hearings. So anyone who would like to provide testimony who's listening in remotely, if you would like to get ready for that, you can call the following number, 786-496-5601, and enter conference pin 134552-7#. And then when you're getting ready to speak, push *1 to get into the queue. You'll need to state your full name and address before speaking. Everyone's allowed up to 3 minutes. I'll go over those details again when we get closer. But let's get into it. So the beginning of our meeting is, I'll call this meeting to order. So it's begun. And then we'll do a roll call.
Commissioner Felt.
Here.
Commissioner Miranda.
Here.
Commissioner Padilla.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Hu.
Here.
Commissioner Schultz.
Here.
Commissioner Day.
Here.
Commissioner Strauss.
Here.
Commissioner Bornstein.
Here.
Chair Bennett.
Here. All right, before we move on, kind of throwing a curveball, but just so you know, the Planning Commission is an appointed body. We're all residents like yourselves volunteering our time. And we do something cool here where we have 2 student commissioners, and you might recognize, you may see a new face up here. So I want to give a moment to recognize Alex, right? If you want to spend like a couple minutes and let everyone know who you are, why you're here, and appreciate it.
So I'm Alex Schultz. I'm a senior at Edina High School. This will be my first time on the Planning Commission. I'm really interested to see how the city interworks with urban development and everything like that. I'm just excited for a good time.
All right, thank you. Well, you came to the right place. Again, we appreciate everyone who's here that is giving a lot of effort and their valuable time to help make City of Edina a better place to live. Next, we have the approval of the meeting agenda, followed by the approval of the meeting minutes. First, I'll welcome a motion for the meeting agenda, unless there's any proposed changes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we have the approval of the prior meeting's minutes from August 16th. Was that 2 meetings ago? 2 meetings ago. Welcome a motion unless there's any proposed changes.
Motion to approve the draft minutes.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. Okay, so now we have the part of our agenda where we interact with the community. It's the first of a couple opportunities. This is the community comment, and this is your opportunity to speak about an item that's not on tonight's agenda. That includes any of the 4 public hearings or any of the 2 reports and recommendations, which one is a sketch plan review, the other is the 2024 work plan. So if you're here to speak about anything other than that, welcome you up to the podium, and you have 3 minutes. Again, state your full name, address. When it turns green, you got 3 minutes. When it turns amber, you have 30 seconds left. And when it turns red, please wrap up your comments. All right. our perennial community commenter.
Very low-tech. Okay, first,
We
handout.
like it, thank you.
More information for all of you. Thank you, Janie.
She does this with a roller, right?
Okay, on we go. I told you I would be back with a tree loss
Who's
survey.
I? Can you introduce yourself?
Janie
Yeah.
Weston, 6136 Brookview
you.
Avenue. And last July, I think it was, I was here early July, I was motivated to make a survey of my local neighborhood. I have that on the map here, and that's your second page in what I just handed all of you, the crosshatched shaded area there on the west side of Pamela Park. And I live down here at 6136 Brookview. I was motivated to do this because from beginning in 2008, with the first tear down in this area, there has been tremendous tree loss. And it was after doing a walking survey, I walked the whole neighborhood, took a few days to do it, days worth of time, with my clipboard in hand. And I created a sheet, looks like this, so I could write down, as I went down each block, I wrote down every house number, property number, and had original house with remodel or expansion, tear down in process, tear down finished, and the amount of tree loss. And I had a whole lot of notes on the trees, particularly. The results were pretty disturbing. There were, at the bottom left on the survey here, there were 202 properties. 106 of them were the original home, still existing, either not added onto or remodeled. 96 were tear downs in process or tear down new construction. And so almost half of them have been tear downs. The tree loss, and I could not walk into everybody's yard, I wasn't going to do that. I was counting basically front yard and sides as much as I could eyeball of the back. If I knew that there had been, for instance, a very large oak tree, original growth tree. And I have lived in this neighborhood since 2002, so I remember what used to be there. I walk a lot. I bike a lot. So as far as 100% tree loss, we've got almost half, 60 to 90%, 6%. So that's, add those two together and you've got over 51%. That seems extremely high to me. And not looking good. The neighborhood's getting warmer. Climate is not getting any cooler. We need those trees. The city needs to do something to try and retain these trees. And
Thank
I know
you.
you'll be discussing this down the road, so this is a top priority in my book. And I'm not the only neighborhood, my neighborhood's not the only one affected, so
Thank you.
I hope this is good, solid data information for you to be able to work with. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else who is here in person for community comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close that portion. Thank you for your commitment to the city. It's clearly a lot of work. And I know you're old school, but if you could find a way maybe to disseminate to us electronically, we'd appreciate it. Or we can have city staff copy this and send it amongst us, and maybe to city council too. And again, we've talked before, we've had an updated tree ordinance a year or two ago. It's been hard to really measure the results of that impact since it's in its infancy so far, but the purpose of that was to really help protect primarily heritage trees, so the big ones that provide a lot of shade and cover. And it's hard to say how well that's working on all sides, so maybe we add this to a work session coming up soon, or at least in the next year, to kind of review how it's going, maybe coordinate with the forester. Okay. Thank you again. All right, next we have the portion of our public hearings. So there's 4 of them. Before we get into them, I'm going to run through a quick agenda of each so you know what to expect. It will begin with a presentation by staff based off of all of their findings from the staff report that they've created. We're going to do things a little differently tonight to try to expedite some of this meeting and time with how long it'll be. So after staff presents, if there is an applicant who is here, we'll immediately go to them to present their whatever they would like to present, and then we'll bring it back to the Planning Commission to kind of consolidate our questions and comments to them. Then we will open it for a public hearing, which is your chance to now speak about an item that's on tonight's agenda, specifically each public hearing. After that closes, it'll come back to the Planning Commission to deliberate and make a recommendation for approval or denial. So with that, we have Planner Ocker here. And the first one we're talking about is B 2314, building coverage variance for 5239 Scott Terrace.
Yes, thank you, Chair, members of the Planning Commission. The property is at 4239 Scott Terrace. It's on the east side of Scott Terrace. It consists of a rambler with a detached 2-car garage. The home was built in 1948. There is a photograph of the front of the home. This is a survey of the property. This project actually came in through Project Docs as a permit. It did not have an updated survey with it, so that was requested of the property owner and contractor to proceed with the permit. So when we did get a survey submitted, what is requested is that the impervious surface calculations and the existing and proposed building coverage calculations are on there. And what the project is currently they have a deck in the back of their home. It is slightly smaller than the screen porch that they would like to replace it with. Currently, the deck has clipped corners, and the deck is a little bit smaller. They would like to replace that with a porch. The existing building coverage of the property is at 23.8%. The maximum allowable is 25%. The hard surface or impervious surface requirement maximum is 50%. The existing conditions are at 52.04%. So they're under for building coverage, they're over for the impervious surface calculations. And then with the new improvements to the home, so replacing the deck with a screen porch brings the coverage up to 25.97%. So they're 0.97% over the maximum allowable coverage requirement. To address the impervious surface requirement, they're removing this concrete pad, which reduces the overall impervious surface requirement to 49.57%. So they're under the 50%. So they will be improving the condition on the impervious surface aspect of it, but they would like to increase beyond the maximum building coverage requirement. It should be noted that it's a 25% requirement. However, the first 150 square feet of deck is not included. And that was put in place so that if somebody maximizes on building area, so they want to build a home, they maximize it at 25%, then they are allowed a minimal deck at 150 square feet. So that's not counted, the first 150. Anything in addition to that is counted then in the 25%. But you can't use that 150 square foot deck credit then to enclose it as porch area. So currently, this is the condition of the back of the house. You can see the deck. It has some clipped corners, which they'd like to square off and bring it out to the lower step of the deck. And then they would enclose it as part of the house. It would be a screen porch, but the zoning ordinance doesn't differentiate between screens, walls, windows. It's just considered part of the principal structure, and its entirety is included in the overall building coverage. So this is the compliance table, and again, going back to the building coverage, the maximum is 25%, surface coverage is 50%. They've proposed a 25.97%, which is actually about 97 square feet. That's what we're looking at in terms of going over. They're currently under at 23.8, so they could add, to get up to the 25%, about 119 square feet. So they do have currently opportunity to expand, but they would like to go over that. And then again, the surface coverage maximum is 50%. They will be reducing it to 49.57% from the 52.04% that is currently existing. So the primary issue is the proposed variance justified. Staff does not believe it is justified. The proposed variance will not relieve practical difficulty that prevents reasonable use from complying with the ordinance requirements. The proposed use is permitted in the R1 zoning district and currently complies with the zoning standards, with the exception of the maximum 25%. Otherwise, they would meet all of the requirements. The proposed porch addition to the home will replace the existing deck. However, again, the deck is allowed to be 150 square feet over that 25%, so now it has to be included in the principal structure. Converting the deck into enclosed living space is counted in its entirety. The addition becomes part of the house, regardless if the porch has screens or walls. The existing conditions conforms to the building coverage requirements and allows for that 119 square feet of additional enclosed coverage, so they do have some opportunity to add on. Regardless of the size or configuration of the lot, the maximum percent of allowable coverage is equal and consistent for all lots. So it becomes difficult to try to justify overbuilding on a property. Are there circumstances that are unique to the property and not common to every similarly zoned property? The property in staff's mind is not unique in size, shape, or location. The building area is currently compliant with the preference of the applicant and not the conditions of the property that drive the need for the variance. The request is self-created and not as a result of some unique aspect of the lot. And will the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood? Granting the variance may alter the essential character of the neighborhood. There has been a general impression on the part of residents, and city staff hears this almost on a daily basis from residents that are concerned about overbuilding on properties, that everything is too big, too tall, covering too much of the property, and how could all of these improvements actually conform with our current code, let alone, it has to be over those requirements. And then, on the other hand, we also hear from people that are either at or very close to their coverage limits. They want to add a porch, they want to add to their house, and that, there's got to be maybe a little bit more that is there discretion? Is there some opportunity to go beyond the 25%? Staff has no administrative authority to look at a situation and say, this fits as opposed to some other situation. So the variance could alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Staff recommends denial of the request. Denying the request for 4239 Scott Terrace is based on the following findings. The proposal does not meet the standards for a variance. There is no practical difficulty in complying with the ordinance. There are no unique circumstances present with that particular lot. Granting the variance may alter the essential character of the neighborhood. And with that, I will stop. And if you want to ask questions, otherwise, I can go to the applicant. He does have a presentation.
Yeah, we'll turn it over to the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome the applicant to come forward. Introduce yourself, address, and tell us what's going on.
And you can just click that and it'll
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Randy Gerton, and I reside at 4239 Scott Terrace with my wife, Jamae, who is currently out of town for medical reasons, and my daughter. We have lived at this home for over 25 years. Like Chris said, our home was built in 1947, 48, depending on which records you look at. We did do an addition back in 2002, and now we're hoping to screen in our deck. You saw the survey that Chris presented, so I'm not going to repeat that. Again, this is the proposed porch that we're looking at doing. Again, the numbers are currently at 23.8%. With our proposal, we are looking at being at 25.97, which is 97 square feet over the permitted amounts. This is the architectural drawing of our porch. You can see it's going to be a very straightforward screen porch. We are going to do the white columns with white rails, and we are going to do screen walls. There's not going to be any drywall. There's not going to be a TV. There's not going to be a fireplace. My wife just wants a screen porch where she can go at night with the dog, glass of wine, and a book and read. She wants it to be like nature. So this is the back of our house. It's kind of a unique design. We had a designer do this back in 2002. Again, our screen porch is going to be a total of 217 square feet, basically 19 by 12. 84 of that square feet is already pre-existed under the current roof and walls that are in place. What we're looking to do is to bring out that roof line about 7 feet. And again, square off the corners and put up screen walls. So all we're going to do would be enclosing the remaining 133 square feet. Now you have to remember, this is not all going to be screen porch. Our garage is detached, and we would need about 36 square feet to have it walkway to the door that you can see on the side where the planter is. About a 3 feet by 12 feet space for us to enter that. So that is part of the plan. So again, with the 217 square feet, that puts us again 97 square feet over our allotted 25% of building structure. The unique thing about our home is our screen porch would be in the center of our home. A lot of screen porches are built either on the side or in the corner of a home. And when you do that, you can sometimes get into water drainage, and I know that can be an issue. One of the things that Chris had mentioned was the impervious space being 52%, which is over the current 50%. As you can see in the lower right-hand corner, we used to have 600 square feet of concrete pavers and pea gravel. We had a playground back there and a little area for all the moms to come watch their kids and play on the playground. We have removed all that. We've taken everything out. It was 16 inches of pea gravel, and we had it all replaced with sod. So now we are at 49.57% for the impervious. As far as the water drain, we have worked with our contractor, and he has worked with the City of Edina, and we were told that we do not need to have a water management system because we are moving so little soil with this project. Again, if you look our neighbor to the south, the corner of our porch to their home would be 29 feet. Our neighbor to the north is 22 feet. So again, our porch is not going to impact the water drainage for those homes. I will say that our home does sit on sand. We have 2 sump pumps, and in 25 years, they've never gone off. So drainage has never been an issue, and knock on wood, we're lucky that we live in a very sandy part of Edina, because I know there are other parts that have had some issue with water. We have not had that problem. So the City of Edina issued letters to residents that were within 200 feet of our home announcing our variance request. I went around to all the residents and had them sign a letter of support. I'm happy to say that I got 100% support from all of the neighbors within 200 feet, plus more than 200 feet. We have a lot of support in Morningside, as well as Scott Terrace. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 neighbors here tonight to support our request for the variance. As you can see, I believe that our variance would visually have really no impact on any of our neighbors visually, because it's in the back of the house and it's in the center. And again, water drainage does not appear to be an issue. We have had 40 people sign a letter of support, and I believe those are all in your packets that you received last Friday. Is that correct? Okay. So I'll just run through these real quick. Again, these are people on France Avenue, which butts up against our back of our house, as well as all the people on Scott Terrace. So we did have 23 people that wrote in to the website called Better Together Edina, supporting our request. And I think Dan Tobin of 4244 France Avenue, or 4244 Scott Terrace, really summed it up best. And he said, "I appreciate the thresholds that need to be set at a specific level. And 25% is the level that has been chosen. But I believe the variance process was established for a scenario exactly like this one. This seems like a very modest request above the permitted level. Additionally, the home is one of the few homes on the block that hasn't been torn down and rebuilt in the last decade. Allowing the owners to make the space more livable with a negligible variance to the permitted amount of space seems far less disruptive to the environment and neighbors than encouraging the tear down of homes that still have substantial remaining useful life." And I think that basically sums up our situation at 4239. Like I said, we've been there for 25 years. We have totally updated everything within the last 2 years, from flooring to painting to window treatments to artwork to furniture. We plan to be there another 25 years. It's a great house. It's a great block. It's a great neighborhood. We love Morningside. We have a lot of support, and you will hear some of that support, and you will see some of that support with our letters of support. So
Thank
that's
you,
it.
Randy. Appreciate it.
So are we going to go to the neighbors?
So before we do that, we're going to pose some questions to both you and city staff. And so I guess I'll open it to the other fellow commissioners to, if you got any questions, now's the time. We'll kind of reserve comments toward our deliberation period after the public hearing. But if there are any questions, now's the time. All right, well, yeah, Jerry first.
Yes, Mr. Gordon, thank you. I think this is probably best addressed. Thank you for your presentation, but I did not hear why this could not be built to conform. Is there something, there's no structure, there's not a particular engineering issue? It's sort of, you've chosen the dimensions you've chosen. The city evidently presented their requirements to meet a certain coverage. Why can it not be designed and built to meet the requirements without requesting a variance?
We looked at that, and because of the current opening on the back side of the house, if we only went as far as 3 columns, architecturally, it would not look very pleasing to the eye versus having, the full structure, across the entire width of that open area. I know that in Chris's statement, she says the applicant must show that there are practical difficulties in complying with the code and that the proposed use is reasonable. Practical difficulties, in quote, may include functional and aesthetic concerns. I think it would look terrible, and we have invested many, many dollars into our home to have just 3/4 of a structure and to have this big opening on the side for an entry. So I think it does have practical difficulties because aesthetically, it would not be complete. And like I said, we're talking 97 square feet. Question over here? Yeah. Bonnie? Oh, okay.
Question?
I have a question for staff. So if this were approved, and like I said, it's just a screened-in porch today, if they wanted to convert it into part of the house with windows and doors and whatnot, would they need an additional permit or variance?
They would probably need a permit, but they would not need a variance.
Okay.
Because right now is when we're looking at it as part of the house.
Right, okay. And if they built another story on top, or a future owner built another story, would it be?
It's not coverage, it would just, no, then it would not have to go in front of the planning commission, no.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, and our contractor talked about, well, we could put it up on the roof, and it's like, well, we don't want it up on the roof. We are not looking to go up. We've had one child, and she's 22 years old. We are looking to age in place. And again, and I stress that my wife wants this as a porch. And that's not to say that the new owner, 25 years from now, couldn't turn it into an additional room to the house. But our plan is to have it just to be a screen porch.
Thank you. Commissioner Day?
Yeah, I guess as far as the aesthetic goes, could you bring up your blueprint again real fast? Or I think we just want to make sure that's highlighted. So you said your aesthetic concern was the width, right, and the number of columns that you had there centering it around the house. Is there a reason you can't just simply not go as far back into your property, extend quite as far, rather than to take, a chunk off the side from an aesthetic point of view to meet your, extra square feet that you want to get here?
So you're saying chop off 97 square feet along the...
Don't extend as far out into your backyard, is what I'm saying, right? Like, why can't you? What's preventing you from doing that?
Our desire is we do a lot of large entertaining. We have a couple of different groups that we're involved with. We normally have anywhere from 4 to 6 couples, so that's anywhere from 8 to 12 people. The concern is if we go any smaller, it's going to get so tight. And so we thought, you know what, let's try to build it as big as we can with the current footprint that we have. We didn't know initially when we started this process back on May 1st that it was going to be an issue. This building structure issue didn't come up until midsummer. And by that time, we were kind of sold on what we wanted, or we kind of knew what we wanted. And so that's what we're trying to get.
Question for Planner Acker, real quick. So if I just around the specifics of this ordinance, if this were enclosed, could they build, say they didn't bring it as far back into the backyard, right? Say it was a shallower enclosed space. Would they then get another 150 square feet of deck that's not part of the square footage coverage? That would not, say you wanted to bring that out and you have part uncovered and part covered. Is that allowable or not?
Sure, because right now, if you grant a variance to increase the square footage to allow over 25%, they still get a 150 square foot deck.
Okay.
In both situations.
Okay. Thanks.
I'd just like to add, we are not looking at adding a deck independent of the porch. We are just looking to do a porch.
But I should mention, though, it counts for impervious surface, and they're bumping up against that again, so.
Right.
Right. Regardless of the impervious, I just wanted to know if they get an additional 150 square feet. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for your presentation. Just to clarify about the purpose, what you want to use it for. At first, I thought you said your wife wanted to use it to sit outside and read, and then you mentioned that you want more space so you can host large parties. Is it both?
Well, yeah. I mean, during the week, she's going to be out, reading, but we do a lot of large entertaining, on the weekends.
Okay.
And so that's when we would need the larger space.
Got it. And then just for staff, there's a line at the bottom of page 3 that spills onto page 4. I was wondering what exactly this one meant. It says staff has found no reasonable amount or percentage of increased coverage, even minimal, in past project reviews to support a recommendation to approve an increase in building coverage. Can you just clarify what that context,
Sure.
what that's referring to?
Sure, absolutely. Oftentimes, we'll have a project that will be over the 25% or whatever the maximum coverage might be, and it might be, again, just a little bit. It might be 1 or 2%. And it's a common question, well, what is the threshold? What is your, fudge factor? Which we don't have that. It's a very, it either meets the requirement or it does not, and staff doesn't have the administrative authority to allow anything beyond that. And it's very common with a lot of the tear down rebuilds, because everybody, if they're going to invest that much in a property, they want to try to get as much as they can. And it's a very common question, how much fudge factor or wiggle room we have with that.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any other questions.
Any other? Commissioner Smith?
Great, thank you. This is a question for staff, just a couple of questions. The first one, I think you mentioned that this would alter the character of the neighborhood. I've always interpreted that as being more design focused, where if you're going to design something that was completely different from what the rest of the neighbors have, it's a real character change. This change or request really is in the back of the property. It's in your backyard. You can't see it from the front. And I think you mentioned that part of that definition of the character, alter the existing character, was about how people felt about overdevelopment. So could you just share some more of your thoughts on like how does the city staff interpret altering the existing character of a neighborhood?
What that has always meant is that if it doesn't meet the current ordinance requirements, then it doesn't meet the character of the neighborhood, that it would need to meet the standards for height, width, coverage, now impervious surface, which is a new ordinance. That defines the character of the neighborhood. We don't have any design standards for specific neighborhoods with the exception of the country club.
Gotcha. So it's nothing really to do with how people feel about it. It's really just about, are you meeting the code or not meeting the code?
Correct.
Essentially. The other question was just on a 25% coverage ratio that we're talking about, and this is 25.97. I totally get we have to put a number, right? 25% is what the standard is today. But could you share some more insights of why we have that? Is it truly to help manage water issues, water absorption issues? Like, why do we have that 25% or that particular coverage ratio in place?
Sure. I can tell you it predates me. 25% has been the standard for building coverage. I don't know exactly when it was put in place, but, you know, it's been at least 40 years, maybe 50 years. It's not a standard that is uncommon throughout other municipalities. Now that we have an impervious surface ordinance and we also have that number, that is more consistent with some of the other communities, like Minneapolis. Why we landed on 25%, I don't know.
Gotcha. Other question is, this is a 1948 home. I could see in maybe 20 years down the road, the owners may sell, someone might buy it and redevelop this property and put something new there, potentially. If someone were to do a tear-down rebuild on this property, and let's just say we grant this variance tonight, would that new property owner be allowed to go up to 25.97, or would they have to conform to the current 25% standard that the city has today?
They would have to conform to the current standard unless they built exactly what's there right now.
Unless they build exactly what's there?
What is currently there right now. If you wanted to, if this were to be, if they were to rebuild, it would have to be that plan, exactly what you've approved. So not a two-story home, not, it'd have to be a detached garage, everything would have to be the same, which is not likely.
Gotcha. And I guess a question for the owner. So I think, and I'm not 100% sure, that the 25% or any kind of hard surface number really is to help protect runoff, protect water issues, etc. You did mention in your statement that you have a sump pump in your basement, it's sand, you have 2 sump pumps, and the city, I think, didn't think that you needed a water mitigation system, but if it was possible to build something where the water runs off of that future, let's just say potential covered patio, to run underground, to carry that water into the soil for aquifer purposes, well purposes, underground water. Is that something that you could build or put in place?
Yes, we have worked with a contractor, and you can see over here, this is where the mitigation water would drain, is back in this corner. So we do have a plan for that. But I would like to say that with the exception of the building coverage, the proposed project meets all other zoning requirements. So everything from all the other departments within the city of Edina that sign off on these permits has signed off on this. And like I said, we were informed that due to the minimum amount of soil that we were going to be disrupting, a water mitigation system would not be required at this point.
Gotcha. All right, that's it for now.
I got a couple maybe clarifications to what you said that I think are important. So one of the conditions of the variance is, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. But by nature, you're not complying with the code for a variance request. So, I mean, it doesn't just mean you're not meeting it, otherwise it cancels each other out, you know what I'm saying? So that is the qualification, but the only chance you get to that is if you're not complying. Yeah, I mean, you're requesting a variance. So, I mean, by virtue. And then second, I would say the building coverage is more of, a definition of the character, because if you didn't have that and someone filled up their whole footprint with building coverage, that alters the character more than the infiltration. And the infiltration is something we assigned 2 years ago. We didn't have a requirement, so we made 50% as kind of the threshold, which is, I mean, it's more important in a neighborhood like Morningside where you have smaller lots. And if you fill up that coverage, then you're increasing runoff to other properties. So I think those things are kind of related, but more separate. Building coverage is primarily a character of the neighborhood and or limiting that versus infiltration, because that's the 50%. It's more than the 25, if that helps. Anyone have any other? Yeah.
Just quickly, comment to Mr. Girton. Thank you for your presentation. It was an excellent presentation, and I congratulate you on your support and your wonderful community that you have around you.
Thank you.
And to Planner Acre, I'm confused as to how we can say that this alters the character of the neighborhood, or you're recommending the variance be denied when one of the slides in your deck shows the property, I think it's to the north, 2 stories, much, much bigger. I don't know if there was shade, if you needed a height variance for that, if there were shading issues or anything like that, but I'm struggling with your recommendation. Thank you. In the context of some of the far larger homes that have been allowed in the neighborhood.
The larger homes that have been allowed in the neighborhood meet the requirements for coverage. They might be 2 stories, they might have minimal setbacks, and the perception, that's what I deal with on a daily basis, pretty much. People wondering how that could possibly be in a Rambler, that is bumping up against it, which, is not a 2-story home, is not as impacting. I'm not going to argue that at all. But it's the sheer bulk or mass that's on the property, not necessarily another part of that, which could be a 2-story structure. But the permits that we get in for additions and tear down rebuilds, they have to comply with that maximum coverage requirement. So they would be within the character of the neighborhood, within the ordinance requirement.
Thanks.
Gary?
Yeah, if I could just add a little more context to it. Of the 3 criteria that will alter the essential character, that's probably, of the 3, the easiest one to say that it's not going to impact the character of the neighborhood. It is hidden, it's behind. It's the other 2. Just to give a little more history, this is a variance. As Chris mentioned, this predates both of us. This is an ordinance that's been on the books a long time, and we haven't granted variances from this standard. Very different from setbacks and those kinds of things. So just to add that context for you.
Thanks. I have a question for staff too. I mean, the applicant noted this is unique because the deck is partially covered, but that doesn't count as a part of the building coverage, correct?
Well,
Technically, I'm just looking at the math. It doesn't seem to add up, because if they're at 23.8 and they can have 119 square foot of additional enclosed coverage, if they just built a wall flush with, like, and removed that access, that would add about 93 square feet, giving them, basically, and what they're proposing is 133 square feet, 19 by 7.
well, the deck, the first 150 square feet of deck is not included. So any deck area, most of the deck area, I think, I don't have the numbers here, but most of the deck area has not been included, but once you enclose all of that, it all becomes part of it.
Yeah, and I think that's where there's I can see some practical difficulty, and kind of to your question. It's like, even if they shrunk that room and just flushed it out with the back of the house, they would essentially, then that would be enclosed, and they'd be almost at 25%. But the size of that room is really not a functional room. It's maybe 6 by 19 with half the corner cut off. So, like, just trying to understand how
Sure.
that's triggered, because it's unique.
So,
it's covered, it doesn't count, but then you cover it, now it counts, and they're pretty much maxed out with the footprint.
Well, they have 119 square feet that they could add on to their house.
Well, and I
Beyond
think,
that.
and that's what I'm saying, if you look at their house, if that alcove wasn't there, what they're proposing, 7 by 19, is 133 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to 119, you see how it's kind of doubling up into what seems enclosed? It's just a unique situation that I think, it is a unique situation, unlike things we've seen before. So just trying to understand that a little more. Anyone have any other questions?
Are you starting deliberations, or are we going to do the public hearing portion first?
Sorry, questions,
Okay.
and we'll open it. If there's none, we'll open it to a public hearing. So we'll open it to people who are here, but for people tuning in, again, if you would like to comment, please dial 786-496-5601 and enter conference pin 1345527#, and then press *1 if you'd like to get in the queue. I'd like to remind everyone we have a lot of stuff on the agenda tonight. So if someone says something that you fully agree with, you don't need to submit that same feedback. We have seen, unanimous support of every property within 200 square feet of this. So in regards to character of the neighborhood, it feels like most neighbors feel that it won't be altered based off of those comments. So I'd ask to limit repetition and duplicate comments, but please come forward, state your full name, address.
Okay.
For people who are here, you have 3 minutes when the light turns green, and when it's red, time's up. Thank you.
I'm Jim Balbushko Ray. I live at 4246 Scott Terrace. Previously lived at 4237 right next door in the tear down. So I just want to express my support for this. I have lived next to them for 5 years and then across the street from them for 20 years after that. They were great neighbors. They're committed to the neighborhood. They're committed to being a social hub for us. Their front yard and their backyard have all welcomed us with regular gatherings. And I think that in terms of it being a community space and a gathering, they are people who welcome their neighbors in. And this is a structure that I would love to kick back a beer in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pamela Balabushko-Ray at 4246 Scott Terrace. I'm in support of this project by Randy and Jamae Gurton. It is absolutely in keeping with the historic neighborhood Morningside, which is disappearing. Gone. Our trees, our yards, it's all going. And we have neighbors who want to put up an incredibly charming, seamless, new space. Whether they're having a dinner party, I know Randy says, big entertaining, really. A nice big dinner party is kind of what you're talking about there. I've spent a lot of time on this original deck. It can be described as cozy. There are maybe 3 of us in chairs and a love seat. Okay, so it's hard to tell in pictures, but it's a really intimate space. They have invested so much into their home, into our neighborhood, into our neighbors. We've been there for 25 years with them. They would never ask for anything outrageous. The logistics of the space make it that this design is what works. It makes it a smart design. It looks appropriate. It's modest. In addition, all of these delays have made it so a small business has lost business this summer by not being able to work. That's not good, especially in times after COVID. Okay, these types of projects should go forward. We're living with the result of all the rest of the development. This isn't that. So I appreciate your time very much. Anytime you want to come down to Scott Terrace, we'd be happy to show you what life is like there with neighbors like Randy and Jamae.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Andrew Worth from 4230 Scott Terrace. I remember standing in this spot 10 years ago. I think it was 10 years ago, and I felt about that big. It's very nerve-wracking to be standing in front of all of you, especially to be asking of something this small in nature. I, in fact, received my variance, and it was a huge project. We actually had a variance that extended towards the front of the street, and now I'm nervous, that impacted the whole street line. This is nothing. This is something that these two will enjoy. I look around after I've only been there for 15 years, and the average home is 1.4 to 1.6 million now. The highest on our street is approximately 2.5. How are we supposed to continue to offer diversity into our street, into our neighborhood, if they're always being torn down and you can't add charming porches on the back deck? It just really doesn't make sense to me. I understand just tonight that the 25% hasn't been changed in years. What about the aspect of older homes, 20 plus years, having a little bit of a leeway aspect where these new conglomerate homes that they're putting up are held to a tighter contingency based on their size? They're absolutely huge. I don't have a problem with them, but when my house was built in 1906 and I remodeled to the original standpoint of it, including the shiplap on the outside of the walls, it's nice to have that character. I am in full support of their request. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Betsy Ray, and I live at 4243 Scott Terrace, 2 houses down from them, and my great-grandfather built their home. But the point I want to make is maybe it's a teeny bit over the structure allowance, but the impervious area, I guess what drives me nuts is all these huge homes that are being built. And, for example, the one that was just built next to them, the whole backyard's concrete. So that makes no sense to me that you have this whole concrete backyard that rain can't get through, but all they want to do is go a teeny bit over on the porch, and that's not allowed. It doesn't make sense. Maybe it doesn't follow the code, but if you just use a little common sense, it does not make sense.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Bell. I live at 4308 France Avenue South, and I just want to talk briefly about water and water runoff. Our backyard is in a floodplain. You wouldn't know it from the front because we're at the crest of France Avenue across from Colgate Avenue. But for the first 2 years when we lived in our house, we moved in 20 years ago, winter of 2003. For the first 2 or 3 years, we had a skating rink pool in the alternate freeze and thaw in our backyard. Then a large house was built just to our south side, our neighbors, and it was so big I felt engulfed. So I said, we need to plant trees. We planted a lot of trees. Our house is actually the lowest of the 4 neighbors that surround us. As those trees matured, we have never had standing water in our backyard, even after year of heavy snow. So I hope in that area you'll also consider granting Randy's request. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Anderson, and I live right next door to Randy, 4241 Scott Terrace, and I hate testifying for any reason, but I will do it. I've lived there since I bought my house in 1987. It's over 100 years. Sorry, it was built in 1910. When I walk around the neighborhood, I look at the houses, including my own, and think, that house isn't going to be there for long, because all of the older houses are getting torn down. And I do object to that. There's a lot of concrete in that, both the front and the backyard of the house on the other side of Randy and Jay. The biggest driveway you can imagine. Randy and I cooperated on the size of the driveway between us, because we share a driveway, in effect. And we got a driveway that's actually probably narrower than some of the people who put up single-family housing driveways. Randy and Jemay have cooperated with the neighborhood to an incredible degree, socially helpful in many, many ways, including winter snow, and which Randy snow blows all the driveway for me and for him, which I do appreciate. They've kind of been the glue that held that block together, and not only held it together, but built up a very tight social network on that block. We even have a website, the Scott Terrace website. The Scott Terrace is only 1 block long. So I strongly support it. It does seem like a very small thing to do, to just add a roof on an existing structure, roof and screens. When I go from my house into my garage, which is also detached at about the same level as Sandy's, I can hardly see their deck. I mean, just in passing, I can, at one moment I can, but most of the time it's not an obvious deck, and it wouldn't be with this either. So I have no objection to it, and I can't imagine any future neighbors, if my house stands when I leave someday, I can't imagine that they will object to it either. It's really minuscule. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else here, can we turn it over to see if anyone's in the queue?
We do not have anyone in the queue to speak, and I believe enough time has passed for them to join, so I believe it's safe to proceed. Thank you.
Welcome motion to close the public hearing from.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. The public hearing is closed. Now we'll turn it back to the Planning Commission to deliberate. Maybe to kick off some of the conversation. It feels like this is kind of a test of the code, right? You have a lot of people showing up in support of something that doesn't comply. And I think one of the points to talk about is character of the neighborhood. So with variances, there's a pyramided discretion we have. We have some discretion to make a decision tonight. And character of the neighborhood, in my time here for 7 years, tends to be one of the ruling or overruling, defining pieces of those three to qualify a variance to be supported. And it is more than just does it comply with the code. It's the look and the feel. You know, neighborhoods have personalities. It's not just does it comply with the code. So I don't know. It seems interesting to me that this doesn't comply, yet you have every single neighbor within 200 feet that supports it somewhat from a character standpoint. You guys have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's one factor.
Yeah.
You have to make a finding that all three criteria are satisfied.
Sure.
So unless you can make a factual finding that criteria 1 and 2 are satisfied, whether 3 is irrelevant. So just that it's not completely discretionary. That's just one perspective to keep in mind before the conversation focuses too heavily on one. And then with respect to the character, I think people are picking up on, does letting one person overbuild really change the neighborhood? But I think the character concern is more of a precedent-setting one. This is somebody who wants to overbuild the space they've been given, and for maybe legitimate, personal reasons or whatever, it's supported by the neighbors. But on what basis do you say no to every single other resident of Edina who also wants this? Well, my house is bumping up against the limits. I'd like a larger porch too, and it's only 1% for me. If you grant, I think it's the precedent-setting nature of saying there's not really any unique difficulties inherent in the site that are driving this. Yes, it's a self-created request. But we're going to just grant it anyway because we don't think it's that much. Well, then everybody else in Edina gets one too. And then the point of the code is kind of like undermined. That's just my own personal perspective. So I would say, no, it probably doesn't. This unique 100 feet, does this affect the character? I don't know. But it's the precedent that it would set that could affect the character of the city. So that would be the framework that I would just maybe say, think about.
Great. Any other? Yeah, Commissioner Smith?
Just a quick question. Sorry, I'm going back to questions, but this is for these city staff. So I think with this one, I think you mentioned ton of acre that you see this all the time. A lot of developers wanted to bump up against a code limit, and you have to make a decision within the staff or the team. Why, if you see this all the time, how do you make your decisions, and why is this coming to us?
It's pretty rare that they come forward. I did tell the contractor, and I made it clear to the property owner that it's not a variance that staff supports. I would recommend denial. I don't see anything that is unique or different from the lot. We have these conversations all the time. A lot of the potential variances out there you never see because we have a conversation about it beforehand. I would say most people, once they understand that it's not something staff supports, it's not something that typically the Planning Commission reviews or would approve, then they don't go through the process.
So you would say that this is more a persistence of the owner to bring this forward, and that's why we're having this on the agenda?
Well, every property owner has the right to go through the process, and they have the right to go in front of the Planning Commission and request a variance. But I do make it quite clear. We meet with people before they go through the variance process, and we'll let them know. That's why I would say typically you will see a variance that staff supports. Sometimes the variance that's going to be requested is much more, and we'll work with them so that they understand that that may not be something that the Planning Commission would be comfortable with or staff is comfortable with. If you did some kind of design alteration, perhaps that's something that we could support, perhaps that's something that the Planning Commission could approve. But when you're talking about sheer volume of structure on a property, that's not anything that is unique to the lot. It's difficult to find something that would support that. So we make it quite clear. I get asked that all the time. That's a very typical question. How much more can we go than the 25%?
Just one question to follow up on that, and the applicant mentioned it, and this does happen at times, and there's sympathy certainly for the applicants where designs get far along before people do their research, right? So at what point, I mean, did this come in for a permit,
Yes.
essentially?
Yes. A permit was applied for. There was a site plan that was submitted. It did not have any calculations for lot coverage or impervious surface. We require a survey by a registered land surveyor. And so then when that came in, then it did show that what they wanted to do did not meet our requirements. So they were pretty invested at this point. I mean, it's still in the project docs process.
Sure, and I guess that was part of, tying on to my question about what is their building coverage actually, and what does it feel like right now? And I mean, if they had done that, they would have found out. I mean, even if you counted where that roof was, it would have said they're at like 24 point something, bumping right up to the threshold, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's when we get submissions that don't have that critical piece, and we always need that, and unfortunately, that's sometimes when it's caught.
Thank you. I guess my comments, and this is an interesting one, and I definitely want to hear from my fellow commissioners on this one. I would piggyback a little bit off of Commissioner Bornstein's idea here that this is really about precedent setting, right? Today it's 0.97%, tomorrow it could be 1, next day it could be 1.2, and then where does that end essentially? And so we're kind of looking at what precedents does this set. I think from a city perspective, you guys go through your checklist of, is this going to meet any practical difficulties? If there is a practical difficulty, you would probably have a recommendation for the variance, but this one doesn't have really a practical difficulty necessarily so you guys recommend no. So now it's up to the Planning Commission to look at this and say, well, what kind of precedents are we going to set? And on the flip side, from the testimony from 40 different signatures, and you could hear it in the folks who are here tonight, that they really support Randy and his home and his family and what they're trying to do, and that also has to get factored in, I think, to some degree, right? This might sound like a really silly analogy, but it's like when you go to a store and the cashier says no, but then you say, I want to talk to your manager. The manager says, okay, it's okay, The manager has some kind of fudge factor built into what they do. So I could see us as being a body that has some level of a fudge factor, that might look at this, consider all the testimony, look at the overall area, the development that's happening close by, and this particular property wants to maintain the same look and feel it has had since 1948, and say, you know what, everything that I've heard, yes, this could cause a precedent, but it kind of makes sense for this property. And I know that's a little bit hypocritical to some degree, but I'm trying to balance those two ideas, and I'm hoping that I could tip on either side tonight with hearing some more feedback from my fellow commissioners. But that's kind of how my mindset is.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So I disagree a little bit, Quincy, but push back on me if you think I'm wrong. But this is important. Okay, this is important. This comes up a lot for us, this question of granting variances and then what criteria get applied. That's why we're having this discussion. Here's my understanding, based on the guidance we've been given. What makes a variance request different than some of the other types of things we're asked to weigh in on is that when this body is asked to grant a variance, we act in a quasi-judicial capacity. That means we act kind of like a court. and are constrained in what findings we need to make in order to grant a variance. It's not just like, what do you think about a sketch plan, or do you like a project? A lot of the subjective stuff, it becomes irrelevant. So we are now acting like a court, and we are constrained by the law of the state of Minnesota, which says that you have to make a factual finding. These guys laugh, but this is when commissions get sued. You have to make findings on all three criterias before you can grant a variance. It's not really subjective, unless there's a subjective debate. And there really aren't. This is my view, Quincy, based on my understanding of the legal kind of constraints that we're subject to. There's not really, fudge factor or, well, it feels right. And it's true. There are a lot of people that support it. That's great. There's a lot of criteria that I was writing down that people were talking about. A lot of people support it. People really like the neighbor. That's awesome. These people have been good stewards in the neighborhood. That's wonderful. This isn't a tear down, so we like it for that reason. All that stuff's positive, but it's also legally irrelevant. It doesn't bear on any of the criteria that we have to make findings on, in my opinion. It doesn't talk about the three things that we were talking about. So, like, for example, say we set a precedent that, well, if it's not a tear down, then you can overbuild. But if it is a tear down, then you can't. For obvious reasons, that's problematic. If everybody in the neighborhood loves the neighbors because they're awesome people and they do a great job, then those people get variances when they want to overbuild. But the other people who we don't like, they don't get them. I mean, I'm just trying to illustrate why these factors are compelling. I think from an equitable type, but maybe not so much legally. And so I just encourage us to focus on the actual factors that matter and whether we can make factual findings to support them. Now, I think you guys know, in my view, it's not a huge build, but I don't think any of the factors are factually supported by the record.
No, appreciate it. And speaking of precedent, Commissioner Felt.
We were talking about some of the surrounding houses on either side of this, and 25% of the lot area. So if a lot area is 10,000 square feet, it can build a 2,500 square foot house. That's why, so there's a value to a 10,000 square foot house, or 10,000 square foot lot. 9,000 square foot lot can build a 2,250 square foot house. I mean, the more lot, the bigger house you can have. So, if we're going to compare other lots, we need to know their sizes, but the 25% is consistent across all of those lot sizes. So if we want to grant something that gets to have a larger footprint, then it does set a precedent. Then all those other houses can apply for those same things because, it makes it a little cozier or a little roomier to entertain. So I don't know what size the lots are on those other sides, but I'm assuming they were at the 25%. And then the impervious surface was just started a few years ago, the 50%. It used to be we could build a fair amount. And some of that came about because people were very upset about water mitigation, and so we kind of corrected that. So now we have to live with some of that. So I think the 25% is kind of set in stone because everybody who builds a house looks up in the zoning code. There it is. The table's very clear, and then you design to that. Those are my thoughts.
Well, let me start off by saying I wasn't laughing at you. I was smiling because I thought you were making good points. So
I didn't assume you were, Lou.
So, this is a very difficult one. I actually live 2 blocks away, so I know Morningside. I love Morningside. I've been there 15 years. My partner's been there over 70 years. So, and everything that people talk about in terms of, tear downs and tree removal and all that sort of stuff, I totally agree with that. There's The character of the neighborhood is definitely changing. And this seems like, to the points other commissioners have made, this seems like such a tiny change, right? But I think the point, so we brought up fudge factor, we brought up, quasi-judicial, and it's like, we actually do have a fudge factor, and that's the quasi-judicial part of it, in that there are those three guidelines. And, the guideline in terms of, to me, it seems like the guideline in terms of, is there something special that requires us to consider this that we wouldn't consider it for a house next door or something? And there really isn't one, right? So that's our fudge factor, and it's not really, as far as I can see, it's not really meeting that fudge factor. I mean, you sound like an amazing neighbor. Your friends love you. Sounds like a great block. But, we're here to make sure that, somebody who is evil and that everybody hates doesn't get to do that sort of thing either, right? So our goal here is to try to treat everyone the same way. So that's an equitability issue. So from what I see, it seems like you were well along your way, didn't know this was happening, unfortunately, but once it was brought up, I think it became pretty clear that there's nothing really, other than that you're wonderful people, there's nothing really special about the property or the house that would make me want to say that this meets that fudge factor threshold. So that's what I'm thinking. Thanks.
I generally hate to contradict anything that the staff has done. I respect their very hard work and their dedication. So that certainly weighs heavily. Their recommendation to deny the variance is very impactful, as is all the support, not only just of the people, as I mentioned earlier, and the neighbors who are so supportive, but the length of time they've all lived there says so much about the community as well as the city. Having said all that, I think this is a very different situation than what that we have come across in the recent past in terms of bumping up against a strict interpretation of the law, in the fact that this lack of a fudge factor, if you will, or small overage, has wide applicability. In other words, if we do this for you, there's any number, hundreds potentially, of homes in Edina where we would have this precedent. I think that makes this different from other situations where we're truly kind of one-off of the rules. This is not a one-off. This is the kind of thing we're going to be talking about and having other neighbors come in and with similar requests. So it appears to me the sad truth is that you might have to have a second floor and have your dinner parties in the fourth bathroom or something like that, because that's going to be okay to do. But you can't, but I don't think the law allows for you to have a new patio. So.
I would love to hear from Commissioner Day. I think we're going down the list here.
I don't really have a whole lot to add other than what other commissioners have said. I don't want to take up a lot of time. I guess, right, at the spur of the discussion, can anybody give me a reason or explain what the practical difficulty is here, other than we don't like alternative designs and how they look?
I don't think that's our job.
No, I'm saying, can we expound the number one point on this, right, that the city is contending, is that there is no practical difficulty here,
Yeah,
right?
the city-
I'm saying basically the argument the owner has made when I asked about why can't you make this smaller is that we don't like the design, right? We don't like that it's 3 columns versus 4. We don't want to add an additional 150-foot square deck and enclose less, right? So if somebody could explain for our commission within the commission, if you disagree, what the practical difficulty is here that prevents a reasonable use and from complying with the ordinance. And I think I'd like to hear it. Otherwise, I feel like we are all trending in the same direction.
So Carrie, can you speak to some of this? I know looking at that is looking at it the other way, which you guys incorporate, you know. It's not that they can't be put to any reasonable use. It's, you know, they must show that there are practical difficulties in complying with the code and that the proposed use is reasonable. So at least one part of that we probably all agree with. The proposed use is reasonable. But then it's the practical difficulties, and it says, you know, they may include functional and aesthetic concerns.
Right.
So I could argue with some discretion to add a room that is functional because of the percentage that you would get just with what you would comply with. It'd be a small room, and that's a functional difficulty. It's a stretch. That's why I don't feel fully compelled to support it. But it can be something like that. And we've supported similar things where someone is 1 foot over something and they don't want to shrink that room size, but it's a functional thing. So
yeah, you could certainly make that argument for the practical difficulty. And I've been writing down a bunch of other findings in regard to the other criteria, but it is that practical difficulty that I was having trouble with. So if that's the direction you're leaning, I could help fill in some of those other findings, but it is the practical difficulty that's the tough one to cite.
I personally just think that, like, because of the covered unique thing that doesn't qualify, like even if they flushed out that, like, they're already up against that limit, and you won't get that. But if you had known that, I feel like you wouldn't have tried, you know. So some of it is like we can't find sympathy in like an error by city staff or someone getting really far in a process and spending a lot of time and money to get to a point that seems reasonable. It's just, that's not a reason to support. That's where I personally have the struggle too. But I think there's a light argument toward the functional, practical difficulty of a room that could comply. Yeah.
I mean, to that point, Morningside has, as a whole neighborhood, has a problem with corner lots, right, in terms of practical difficulties. We run up for this all the time. There's a house that was just finished around the corner from me, and where, you know, the buildable area is, you know, 11 feet or whatever, you know. But we don't really have that here. That's not the same sort of thing. That's you know. So I know, but I'm just, so that's, you know, to explain why that might not meet the criteria. That's a practical difficulty that, you know, the land is on a corner lot, and our setback guidelines, for example, were updated most recently in the 70s, which is when houses were built in southwest Edina, which the lots are completely different from Morningside, so there was no thought as to how Morningside would have to adapt to that sort of thing. So we've given variances for that. I mean, we pretty much have to, because the lot is otherwise unbuildable. So that's something where, you know, there's a practical difficulty that our regulations just don't make sense at all, right? And what we're running up against here is something that seems very nice, seems innocuous, but there's really no specific reason about the lot or the lot size or the lot shape that's kind of forcing the hands of the builder or our hands or anything. So that's where that comes in. Thank you.
Yeah, so to answer you, just I could somewhat support some of one. I can't find a reason to support two, and I support three. So, and like Commissioner Borenstein said, you need all three, and that's where I'm at. Jerry, you got anything?
No, what the commission has discussed, I mean, I think it's all been expressed, and so, yeah.
Well, welcome a motion. Yeah, unless others have. Quincy, do you have anything else you'd like to share?
Just one thought. If this design were to comply, he would have to shorten his deck by 5 feet. So he just have 2 feet away from the home, 19 feet across, it would comply, but if you want to shave off 97 square feet, you got to take off 5 feet off the end, which that wouldn't look too nice at all, and it probably wouldn't make any sense. I was just doing the math there. That's it.
Welcome a motion from anyone.
Okay, I'll move to adopt the findings set forth in the staff report.
Which, to clarify, is to
Motion
deny.
to deny.
Yeah.
So the motion would be to deny?
Move to deny the variances recommended in a staff report.
Second.
All those in favor of denying this variance, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So the motion or the request for the variance has been denied. Wish you the best in trying to figure out the best future. There is, I mean, Carrie, you can, right? I mean, you can appeal to the city council for this.
Yes, you'd have 10 days to appeal this decision to the city council. That's 10 working days. No, 10 total days from tonight.
All right. Well, that is a tough one where, at least personally, so much of one of those is supportable, but it didn't quite comply with all three. It's sorry to see that, and again, and some of this goes to what we've talked about with our process. How do we make it easier for people to just know what to do up front before it gets too far? Because this could have been avoided. All right. Next we have B2313, 7000 York Avenue, Target EV Station, Planner Rocker.
For a 28.34 foot east and a 29.5 foot south setback variance request from the minimum 50 foot requirement for utility equipment in excess of 30 square feet in the front yard setback location of 7000 York. This is the Target site, and what we're looking at is the southeast corner of the parking lot. The applicant is Black and VTech and Electrify America. They wish to install 6 electric vehicle chargers in this area right here. It does require utility equipment, and the utility equipment is actually owned by Xcel Energy. They have a standard pad that's required for the transformer that's needed, and it's an 8x8 pad. If it were smaller than that, if it were 36 square feet, there would be no setback required for it. Because it is a larger pad, it requires a setback. It falls back to the minimum setback for the Target site, which is 50 feet. As you recall, we recently amended the ordinance, and I think most of you are familiar with this part. We never used to have electric vehicle equipment, chargers, that sort of thing in our zoning ordinance. So we did amend our ordinance to address that. We inserted in the language that was already existing about that setback requirement for anything that is greater than 36 square feet, then it falls back to the underlying setback for the zoning district. Now, if this is a standard, this might be something that we would want to look at changing the ordinance to address if the Planning Commission feels that's necessary in the future. This is our first request to have an installation of this nature in a commercial zone. And I mean, I'm sure that they're probably going to need a transformer of that size. Perhaps they can meet the setback, I don't know. But I don't know how workable that'll be in the future. This is, you know, we just changed the ordinance, and now we have this request. Given what's required to support the installation. So this is the plan. There'll be 6 charging stations with the parking stalls that are dedicated for that. There is some utility equipment, and they did try to locate that transformer, which is down here, which they're proposing the location at, somewhere in here. However, they'd have to get a new easement because XL would need an easement, and so they have to work with Target to achieve that, which was problematic because XL there's already an easement in place along York, so it just made sense to try to locate it in that area. So they're requesting a variance to allow that transformer that's larger than the 36 square feet that would be allowed as an exception in that setback area. They will have plantings around it, so they will screen it from both Hazelton Road and York Avenue. This gives you an idea of that location, of the pad, and then a little more detail on the screening. And then if you drove down York or Hazelton or actually anywhere in the Southdale area, you'll notice that there are already equipment that doesn't meet the setback and that are near the boulevard area. Some installations do not require that planning reviews them. They're utility equipment and they go in. Are they larger than 36 square feet? I don't know. There certainly could be installations that are larger or as large as what they're requesting today. It is necessary for them to have that transformer. If they did look at downsizing it to see if maybe they could meet the 36 square foot threshold, but XL said that even a smaller unit, they would still require the 8x8 dimension, and they could reduce the number of chargers, but then it doesn't make it viable for their installation. So from a staff standpoint, staff does believe that the request is justified and that there are practical difficulties. The ordinance allows for this exception with the setback if the equipment is 36 square feet or less. The applicant determined that no other designs were reasonable or viable where a new transformer could be placed on a 6x6 foot pad to conform with the existing ordinance. Transformers are standardized at 8x8, and when downsized, the transformer is an industry standard. It would be within the utility easement that is within the 50-foot setback, but it is an existing easement that XL would desire to put it there. The practical solution to locate within the utility easement with the equipment is a practical consideration. Are there circumstances that are unique to the property and not common for every similarly zoned property? The variance is partly due to the standardized equipment and location of the existing easement, which is not created by the applicant. Individual utility equipment sizes and easement locations will vary by type and location of a project, so we may or may not run into this again. However, if it is a standardized equipment pad, then perhaps we might want to look at the ordinance that we've just created for looking at the EV charging stations and the supporting equipment. The applicant did pursue potentially avoiding a variance by reducing the pad size and or recording a new easement with little success. Staff does not see any benefit to downsizing the number of EV stations or transformer size, given the constraints for compliance. And the variance to allow the proposed EV installation will not alter the essential character of the locality. EV charging stations and supporting utilities are prevalent throughout the city and in the surrounding area. There are existing transformers and electrical cabinets located along York Avenue near the subject site. I've shown you photographs of that. The proposed utility transformer will be screened by vegetation from both York and Hazelton to minimize any visual impact, and they will not be removing any trees. So really the conditions will remain pretty much the same, although they will have it screened. Staff recommends approval of the 28.34-foot east and 29.5-foot south setback variance from the Edina City Code, which allows transformers to be located 21.7 feet from York and 20.5 feet from Hazelton Avenue within the 50-foot front yard setback area in support of the EV charging station and supporting equipment at 7,000 York Avenue South. The approval is subject to the following findings. The proposal for the transformer location is appropriate within an existing easement area. The transformer location is compatible with the comprehensive plan and use allowed within the planned commercial district. The EV charging station use is consistent with the land use designation for community activity center and the comprehensive plan. The variance is partly due to the standardized size of the equipment needed for supporting an EV charging station and the need for location within an existing utility easement, which was not created by the applicant. Similar project size and locations will vary for EV stations and equipment and will need to be addressed individually given each unique circumstance. The variance to allow the proposed transformer location will not alter the essential character of the locality. Utility uses are prevalent in the surrounding area, including along York Avenue, and the landscaping will buffer that transformer at the corner of York and Hazelton. Any approval should be subject to the following conditions. Plans date stamped August 31st, 2023. Installation and maintenance of landscape screening plan date stamped August 31st, 2023, in conformance with engineering memorandum of August 31st, 2023. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions.
Do we have the applicant here, Chris?
We do not, but on a call.
Let's turn it over to them. Thank you, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
We see you. Don't hear you yet.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh my gosh, I see me now too.
Like Inception.
Okay, Christopher, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Maybe down just a notch.
Yep. Okay, you're good to go.
Sorry, guys. I'll back off the microphone. My name is Chris Arroyo. My address is 17 Woodcrest Lane, Aliso Viejo, California, 92656. We're working with Electrify America nationwide to install. One thing I wanted to point out is these are level 3 chargers, 350 kilowatt chargers apiece, which is the fastest available charging on the market, and that's what necessitates this 750 kVA transformer. Without reiterating everything staff said, we did experiment with. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. We did experiment with downsizing or expanding, and every way we came back, Excel basically was committed to that 8x8 pad, even with the smaller transformer, no matter what. So at the very least, this will give us the opportunity with this 8x8 pad. Should we need to expand in the future, we would be able to. And that's it. I appreciate you guys taking and considering our variance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll turn it over to fellow commissioners who have questions. All right. Commissioner Miranda.
So this is for staff. We think of ourselves as our wee little suburb, right? But are these sort of things, they're going to presumably be all over America quickly. And so these transformers. So in large cities, do they put them out, on corners and stuff, or do they put them underground, or, what, is there something? Southdale is different from the rest of Edina in that we have 15 plus story towers and whatnot. And so there's a lot more density there. It seems like we should be able to have a solution here that isn't a lump on the ground and that we're going to have hundreds of these in a few years. Is that something that's done, or?
Currently, yes. I guess I can't answer that question in terms of what's going to happen in the future.
Okay. But I mean, in terms of other kinds of transformers in a city, are they generally underground in larger cities, or no?
No. We have them come in every project. And, a lot of times I don't know if you even notice them necessarily unless you are aware of it or you're pointing them out for a specific reason.
Sure.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there.
Right. And Minneapolis has vinyl covers for some of theirs and whatnot. But as you get closer to the street, I wonder about bus stations and sidewalks and whatnot.
This is still on their property, and in
Okay.
fact, it's kind of in that that little niche between the two parking bays. So it's not in the right-of-way, and we do have them in the right-of-way. We do have some, utility boxes in the right-of-way, but this is still on their property.
It is on
and
their
it's still
property.
20, some feet away from their lot line.
Okay, thank you.
To follow up on that, I don't believe there's a bus stop right on that corner. I think the bus stop is on the southwest corner of that intersection.
I think you're probably right, but I'm not going to say for sure.
So, okay.
Great question, great answer. Commissioner Smith. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I guess my questions are a couple questions. I guess I'll start with Mr. Arroyo on the call here. I know part of the staff memo, there was a statement, I think, maintenance and liability that caused long, still unresolved delays. It seems like that might be some unresolved, maybe ownership issues between Target, Excel, or with Electrify America. I'm just not sure what those delays are and what the unresolved issues are. I don't know if you could comment on that.
So our initial site plan had the transformer adjacent to the rest of the equipment on the interior of the parking lot. And in order to move forward, we needed a new easement, a new utility easement. And there were Xcel Energy just had concerns about since they were the ones who would be maintaining that easement. They had concerns about maintaining the parking lot, and if it was affected by another easement, would they have to? They were really having a hard time carving out a specific, what specifically would be their responsibility and what specifically would be Target's responsibility within that parking lot, and that dragged on for many months, and it was Excel who proposed to us, hey, we have this easement here within the setback. It would be ideal for us, and it would be preferential if you guys could find a way to get there, because then we wouldn't have to, push and figure that new easement out.
Gotcha. So that makes sense. Looking at the maintenance, I think of this would be important. My other question is around just the development, right? So I think when I looked at some of the building plans, I saw a fence around the future location of this transformer. That's a little bit concerning, especially during the winter time, because I think Target, they typically push all that snow in that corner of their lot, and that's a massive mountain. It's like a nuisance. When I say a nuisance, it's like an attractive nuisance. Kids would climb up on that and slide down, and you don't want a kid sliding down onto a transformer. So could you talk a little bit more about the maintenance, especially during the wintertime, of the Electrify America setup, as well as the transformer And who is going to manage the maintenance, the clearing of the snow, making sure that it's free of any hazards for dogs or pets or kids? Could you just explain just how do you guys decide the ownership of the maintenance there?
Well, as staff stated, this is all on Target property. So Target will be in charge will still be in charge of the maintenance of the entire parking lot. And as we understand it, they're going to they haven't told us where they're going to put the snow. We know that it was generally piled into that corner, but they said that, they're okay with our location and they're going to figure out somewhere, to put their snow. Now, with respect to the maintenance of the transformer, that will be Xcel Energy. But I think when I say maintenance of the transformer, I mean like the electrical maintenance of the transformer, the conduit, if anything goes wrong, any upgrades, stuff like that. As far as the maintenance of the Target property, that will stay as is in Target's hands, and they will be responsible for clearing out the area, in and around the transformer, like they are responsible for cleaning out all of the area of the parking lot.
Gotcha. Just a last question here, and I'll give it up so other planning commissioners could do their questions. So the transformer, XLNG would maintain that. Black and Veatch would build the stations, and Electrify America would, I guess, manage that. But the vegetation in that area, the shrubs, the plants, I didn't hear who was going to own that part of it. So I don't know if staff or if yourself, Mr. Royer, could talk about just the plantings in that area.
Yep, Target. We'll bring that. When we plant, we'll make sure that there's irrigation to that. Make sure the irrigation ties into existing irrigation or add new if there, and that will be taken care of with the routine maintenance of the greater Target property.
Thank you.
No problem.
Commissioner Felt?
I have one question. It's just a practical question. So, Xcel, I understand putting the electrical box on their easement. So the electrical line between the utility box and the charging stations will then be owned by you?
The conduit from the transformer to the switchgear?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that will be owned by Electrify America, correct.
Okay. And then you've got an agreement with Target about maintaining that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And I'd be happy to share that lease document, or with staff.
Exciting. Any other questions? Yeah, Commissioner Strauss.
This is perhaps, Chris Planaco, you could, who's the intended user of these sites? Is it Target shoppers, or would people, I'm just kind of, how these may be developed or used in the future, or would these just be like a kind of an available recharging station for those that just wanted to come here, and it's in a good, because it's not really convenient next to the building, which I kind of was imagining these things would be,
right,
in that front row next to the building. So, but maybe both, or maybe they don't know.
Probably both. Yeah. It has good visual exposure where they're locating it. I mean, you can see it from York and from Hazleton. So if you have an electrical vehicle, you can see it. But I'm sure that Target probably expects people, if they're charging, even though they're quick chargers, they'll probably go in there and maybe shop.
Yeah, that's it. And that was a good, those photographs showing sort of these unadorned boxes and I think that's most people's impression. I mean, these can be very unsightly. So I liked the attention, the landscaping, for this, and that is most often not part of any requirement. And those are really, I think, quite the usual kind of scars that you see in the different areas that they're. And just that shot you had from across the street shows a very sort of unsightly, bunch of equipment. So yeah, I like that. Thank you.
These chargers, you pay to charge your car, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. These will be public chargers, and just to piggyback off that, there will be both for Target users and for just public users. When you buy an electric Ford and some other ones, they'll give you X amount of charge. I think it's like 3 years free or something through Electrify America stations. There's kind of a varied user base here. But yes, you can either charge. You can either be charged one time, just like as a one-off charge. You can have a monthly plan where I think you pay $4 or $6 a month and you get some kind of discount. Or you could be one of the people who, purchased an electric vehicle that had some kind of deal with Electrify America. I know Volkswagen, I know Ford off the top of my head. They both have arrangements where buyers of their car get free charging for a period of time. So those are kind of the main ways.
So, when you go to a gas station, you have to stay with your car. You're not really supposed to go in and shop. Is that the same thing here with the electrical charging stations?
No, it's designed, even though these are the level 3, the fastest available charging, you're looking at, 3 to 20 miles a minute, depending. It's probably something in the real range of like 7, 8 miles a minute. And I would say that the normal time on a charger is about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And that's to go from let's say 20% to 80% on a typical, on a 2022 Ford Lightning, let's say. The idea, Electrify America puts these in Walmart, Target, grocery stores, Albertsons, Ralph's. And the idea is for you to plug in, go into the store, chill 30 minutes, 40 minutes, spend some money. You get a notification that says, your car has reached 80%, and you come out and you get it. And the reason that it's not at the front, closer to the front of the store is, number one, the chargers have to be a certain distance from the switchgear to maintain the power rating. So, it's just a lot of equipment to take up a lot of stalls in the front. But also, logistically, sometimes a queue can develop of people, 1 or 2, 3 cars waiting. So it's not good to kind of have that right at the front, just, a line of electric vehicles waiting to get charged. That's kind of why it's set a little further back, practically.
Thank you for the insight.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other questions or, Commissioner Day?
I just noted in the report that, there was a request made to reduce the number of chargers by 2 to try to reduce the size of the transformer, and that wasn't considered viable. Is that merely from an economic standpoint that you can't justify investing in that charging station if you have less than 6 charging stations, for example?
It's less than, it would, so when we tried to size it down from 6 to 4, they said we would still need an 8x8 pad on the for that transformer. So to your point, a 2 charging stations would not be viable from an economic standpoint to put all this infrastructure in and the transformer and this, the switch gear, the power units. It's a lot of supporting infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? This is a public hearing, so let's move to the public hearing portion again. For people who tuned in like hours ago, please call 786-496-5601. Enter conference pin 1345527#, and then press star 1 to get in the queue to speak. We'll turn it over right now to anyone who is here in person, though, that would like to testify. Please come up to the podium. You got 3 minutes. Hopefully you remember the drill. Who's going to lead the charge? It's a joke. Okay. Let's get in late. It's falling flat here. I know. Do we have anyone in the queue?
We do not have anyone in the queue to speak tonight. I recommend waiting 1 minute just due to the delay in the broadcast. So I will start the timer now. Nobody has connected, so I believe we are safe to proceed.
Welcome a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. All right, the public hearing is closed. Turn it back to the commission for deliberation. Looking left, Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bennett. I think this is a good project. As we think about electrifying our city, as we think about creating more EV infrastructure, I think this is absolutely in the right direction for us. I had concerns around some of the maintenance issues and the statement, whenever you see something like unresolved delays, I interpret that as being now that if we were to grant this variance, that Xcel Energy would be able to build their transformer, which would help them in their discussions with Target. I had questions of, during the winter time, when there's a lot of snow and there's a lot of pileup, how is that going to be maintained? The last thing you want is a kid who is in the area seeing a pile of snow and decides to climb on top of it, and it's right on top of electrical equipment and these kind of things. And based on Mr. Arroyo's kind of comments and feedback, it seems like the agreement with Target is that they would maintain everything on their property, on the parking lot, which is good. And I'm sure they'll have solutions of how to ensure that equipment is maintained properly and there's not an attractive nuisance in the city. And so, based on all those concerns with the maintenance, the ownership, and how that's divvied up between the different stakeholders, I feel like this is a good project to move forward, and I'll be in favor of approving it.
Yeah, I too am in favor of the project. I think, this is cutting edge, and we're kind of learning as we're going, and we don't have lots of law examples to follow. But I do know that across the street at the Galleria, there are EV charging stations. They have been placed in there very discreetly. They are very popular. They are used very frequently. They're always busy. And I think the Galleria benefits, and Target sees that and thinks that people will park there, and it will be a great benefit to them. So I understand their willingness to share in the maintenance and the expenses and things like that. But I just know the Galleria ones are always busy, so I assume right across the street they will be too. So I think it's a good thing.
Others?
So, kind of in reference to my previous questions of staff, so we have a climate action plan, and unfortunately it's not really a budgeted thing, it's more of policy and whatnot, but a cornerstone of that is reducing VMT, or vehicle miles traveled. And so whenever I look at anything that is involving climate change or electrification, I want to make sure that we don't just kind of continue on the path that we are of having, every trip being a car trip. And so, because, if you think about equity, a lot of people in Edina, most people in Edina take cars everywhere. But in an area like Southdale, where you've got, greater density and more density coming all the time, and we're having affordable housing built, then, we have lots of jobs there, then not everyone who works there or shops there is going to necessarily have a car to get there. So my concerns that I had before were, namely, are we encroaching, and it sounds like we're not, but are we encroaching anywhere near the streetscape, the sidewalk, potential bus stops? And while there may not be a bus stop there today, if we look on France Avenue, there's big change coming with the E line coming down there. There's no reason to think that someday there wouldn't be another line going up Xerxes in York, which was part of the 6 bus in Edina in Minneapolis. So I think it's important that, yes, electrifying cars is necessary, but it's not sufficient for addressing climate change. So I want to make sure that, when we look at these projects, that we're making sure that we're not, imposing on the sidewalk or putting anything too close to the sidewalk or potential bus station. So when I look at the map that shows where everything's going, if you look at it on York Avenue, you see that the sidewalk is right next to the street on that corner. But as it goes up north, and I don't know if this was a target project from before my time here, but the sidewalk actually it meanders and it goes onto target property. So I don't know if that was some project that was done years ago. I would like to see something where that sidewalk, around that corner also becomes on their property and winds as close as possible to the parking lot so that it is set back from the street. So that would be one of my requests for this. Thanks.
Looking this way. Any comments?
Yeah, real quick. So I think everybody very clearly expressed some persuasive sentiments all around. So, and actually kind of I just learned something from all three of you right there. Focusing on like the findings as well that would support granting this. Just let me know if I think it's a little bit confusing, but let me know if I'm getting any of this wrong. It seems like there's a plausible case to me made that there's a practical difficulty here. The request is being driven by the fact the project requires a specific type of transformer to make it viable. That transformer requires an 8x8 pad. We would need a variance request if you could put a transformer on a 6x6 pad. But if you put a transformer, the only type of transformer you could put on a 6x6 pad is not viable, it wouldn't make sense. So to me, the type of transformer needed and the viability associated with the project that's tied to that is a practical difficulty that at least satisfies factor one. Whether there are circumstances unique to the property that are driving the request for an exception, it sounds like those circumstances, to the extent there are circumstances, are the difficulty in locating this transformer and pad on an easement next to the charging stations. There's something unique about the property that makes, from a liability and maintenance standpoint, that makes placing an easement next to the charging stations, which would then make it so that we don't need the variance, it makes that difficult, and those circumstances are unique to the property. So I think there's a basis to find that the second factor is satisfied. And then will it alter the character of the neighborhood? I don't think so, just because of how prevalent some of these things are. But Lou, totally agree with what you said about ensuring that this doesn't interfere with like the transit and the walkability concerns that should predominate over car base. So, but if I'm getting those findings wrong, is it a little confusing? And so I kind of encourage you guys to clarify if I missed it.
I agree with you.
Okay.
The only thing I would encourage more discussion on is around the point of the property and the difficulties that exist with the property and the difficulties that exist with selecting that specific location, right? So there's nothing unique about the target property that says we can't put the charging station somewhere else, the transformer somewhere else. It's because they chose that specific location on the corner that the difficulty exists, correct? We're saying, so I guess it's just a debate around the existing property in general and what you define as the target property, right? And then we want to put the charging station here. Therefore, we've created a condition now that is no longer, it's a practical difficulty because we chose to place it here.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
think the question is like, well, could we place it further in so that
Right.
it's
Next to the buildings, you could put a transformer.
or
somewhere
next to
else.
where they want to put the charging stations, and it's a little unclear.
Right.
But that's why I was saying it's a little confusing. But they're saying that they can't place it beyond the setback requirement, such that they don't need a variance because they can't get an easement.
Well,
And I don't, yeah.
So it's the same thing as having utilities brought to your home. You know, the water stops at the curb, and you're responsible for the line between, you know, the right-of-way and into your house. It's the same thing here. Excel wants to stay on their easement. They don't want to start running the line onto target property because they want to control that easement and have access to it. They don't want to start having a legal negotiation with Target every time. So that's why this company is going to own that line between the transformer and the piece. The same thing happens if you put a charging station in your car. In your garage. You know, there are ramifications as to who owns that line between the two. So it is just ownership of that line. And I think the utilities are always going to want to stay in the easement. So I think we're going to see this again.
So do you think, Meriwether, that's a circumstance unique to this property that, you know, I'm not arguing either way. I'm just more trying to understand. But I think you understand it better than I do.
Yeah, I think if an electrical company is going to put a transformer down, unless they kind of control the land to it, they're going to want to keep it on their easement. I know that there are transformers with buildings, like on the building, but I think those are, I think those are owned by the building. They're not owned by Excel.
Yeah, I'd say maybe the only weak part to all of this is the fact that a different easement couldn't have been agreed upon, and some of that could be overcome, right? I think that's just, those can be overcome, and we just know the reality of overcoming that is insurmountable at this point, so there's a choice of what to do, accommodate or... Yeah,
Do you think that there's going to be a lot of requests like this coming in, though, for this reason? Because the ordinance says, well, set it back a certain amount, but setting it back requires more complicated property rights.
Well, I think some of that is what's unique is where it is currently on the property that doesn't make it.
Okay.
Because you might have one that they don't have to change anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm a little confused about is the one entity not in the room is Excel. And because it seems like, from what I read and what they discussed, is that they thought they could have a 6x6 pad or whatever. Apparently they do it elsewhere. Why is Excel demanding an 8x8? You know, is there a technical reason? I haven't seen a technical reason for why they demand an 8x8 pad there. Because if it was 6x6, it would meet our guidelines, right?
Is it, I could be wrong about this, but isn't it that they need a certain, I don't know, size or type of transformer that can basically supply
the fastest
to
EVs.
6 different charging stations? And
It's a level 3. I don't know what that means.
Right, but didn't they say that they usually put it on a 6x6 pad, but Excel demanded an 8x8 pad? I mean, that's where Excel came into this, right?
I missed this is why I said it's kind of confusing.
It is kind of confusing. I'm not an electrical engineer, but
I don't remember.
But it seems like Excel was demanding an 8x8 even though they felt they didn't need one. Did I misread that?
I mean, we still have applicant on the line. Could you answer that question?
The 6x6 from Excel, they've always requested an 8x8. The 6x6 was brought in because staff provided the proposed ordinance that was going to be coming in the future that allowed for a 6x6. So what we were trying to do was change our site plan to accommodate that and so we wouldn't have to get a variance.
Okay, thank you.
Right?
Yeah.
No problem.
And I think that's to one of staff's comments. Well, again, when we put something new in place, it likely isn't perfect, and we run up against maybe an obvious hurdle that hey, maybe we'll see a change coming soon of, should we change that to 8 by 8? If that's going to be a common situation, to Commissioner Borenstein's point, we maybe got the ordinance a little wrong. And that's a practical difficulty. Can't put the property to use.
Well, and this is the first time, if we see it again,
Yeah.
then we're going to start understanding a little bit more. I gotta say, my only fear is these are like young gas stations. Young gas stations didn't used to have the whole convenience thing around it. So I don't think that's a reason to deny this, but I'm just thinking that there's going to be a lot of change coming up in the next 20 years.
Because if there's, I'd welcome a motion, keep things moving. It seems like there's some similar sentiment here. Anyone willing to do it?
I just want to hit on the point,
Okay.
just because I was reading as the applicant was talking, so I apologize. But are we saying that they cannot simply put it on a 6x6 pad versus they just prefer not to put it on a 6x6 pad, right? Because I'm an engineer, there's a difference between, there's an industry standard and there's we physically cannot put it on less than 8x8 pad.
I think we have to assume if Excel says it has to be an 8 by 8, that's what it has to be, not a preferential. Is there anything that reads otherwise?
Well, they use the language that the 8 by 8 pad is standard, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't always mean that that's a minimum requirement, right? Standard isn't the same as minimum, so it's details. But I just was curious if we had fleshed that out or not.
I would just, standards are, I would just defer to standards that are usually set for a threshold.
Yeah, and if I may, I included in my application for the variance Excel's spec for their precast concrete requirements. So it's direct from Excel. It's a requirement, not a preference.
Does that help?
So Excel's requiring it.
Yeah.
Okay. So it just was, I want to make sure that we hold, right, Excel and developers to the same standard that we're holding the resident we just had in here, and say, is there a way that you can meet the requirement, right? It's not just a preference thing, right? It's not just a standard and you just want to put an 8 by 8 pad in there, right? So I'm just trying to make sure we clarify that piece.
Motion, anyone?
I'll make a motion to approve the setback variance request for utility location to support EV charging station based on staff finding reports.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ooh. It's electric there, right? All right, so we got 2 more. It's in about 9:30. How do people feel about a bathroom break or a break or one more and then a break? Okay, we'll go through this one, then 5-minute break. Great. All right, site plan review for 7250, 7300 Bush Lake Road. Addison, welcome.
Right. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. This is a site plan review for a proposed building at 7250, 7300 Bush Lake Road. That is the site of Minnesota-made hockey in southwest Edina within the Cahill District. They've been located at this property since 2007. And here's a look at the existing site. They have an existing 63,000 square foot building, and they are looking to add a new 10,240 square foot building on the south end of this property. Minnesota made, they currently, or the proposed building would include turf area, weight training, and other hockey specific training space. They currently lease space as a tenant in the building just northwest of here at 7101 Amundsen. So the purpose of the new building would be to relocate those operations down here and be all on one site. The surrounding land uses are, to the north we have a self-storage facility. On the east side, a small office building and a church. To the south is the United States Post Office. On the west side, we have 2 buildings that are owned and operated by Film Tech. We also have the CP rail line that runs along the western boundary of the parcel. The site is zoned PID, planned industrial, which allows for athletic training facilities as a permitted use in the district. Comprehensive plan guides the parcel for industrial use. That's not super relevant for your consideration tonight because they're not requesting any kind of rezoning, but I just included here for additional context. Here's a look at the parcel as it exists today, or the existing building. So the new building would go just to the left of that here in this field space. They're currently using this as an outdoor rink in the winter. Just some additional views of the property here. So this is looking west. This is the back of that Film Tech building. Looking east, this is that church building and their parking lot. To the south is that post office. And then here's a look at their site plan. So as I mentioned, it'll be a 10,240 square foot building on the south end. They are complying with all setbacks, so their required front yard setback from Bush Lake Road is 50 feet. They're at 116 feet. For the rear and side yard setbacks, they have a 28-foot setback required. That's based on the height of the building. They're at over 60 feet on both. Let's see. They do have to make an adjustment here. So there is a requirement that the parking be at least 10 feet from the edge of the building. Right now they're at about 6, so they will have to bump that down. But they should have plenty of room to tweak that and not bump into that south setback. So that is a condition of approval that's listed in the staff report. And then as far as number of parking stalls, they'll be adding 31 new stalls. That will bring the total on the property up to 242. There's 219 on the site today. And city code requires 1 stall for every 400 square feet of gross floor area for athletic facilities. So the code would require 184. So they're well over that requirement. And then access to the site is off of Bush Lake Road. They do have 2 accesses currently here, kind of in the middle of the parcel, and then 1 more to the north. They're proposing to add this 3rd access here down on the south end to provide more convenient access for that building. The city engineer was also supportive of that and thought that that would make for improved circulation and improved safety within the parking lot as well. Just some exterior renderings provided by the architect here of what the building's going to look like. A lot of the landscaping here shown too would be new. So the front facade, they're proposing 2 different colors of brick. They would also have this metal awning across the front entrance, and then they'd be complying with that 75% transparency at the ground level. The 3 non-street facing sides would be constructed of a precast concrete with a sandblast finish. They will be screening all rooftop material or rooftop mechanical with corrugated metal panel. Here's just the west elevation and the south elevation. They'll have an access door here on the south elevation that will provide access to a workshop area. They'll also store their trash containers in there on non-pickup days, as those are required to be screened as well. And then here's our compliance table, just showing compliance with all setbacks, building height, parking lot and drive aisle setbacks, with a note about needing to adjust the site plan for the parking on that south side. First floor height, 75% transparency on the ground level, maximum building coverage, and maximum floor area ratio. This is our pyramid of discretion that was mentioned earlier. So this is just a reminder we're operating here at plan review where we have the least amount of discretion. So this is really just a review and check to make sure they're in compliance with city code. So staff's recommendation is to recommend the City Council approve the site plan request based on the findings and conditions in the staff report. With that, we'd be happy to take questions. We also have the applicant here tonight, but he does not have a presentation. And then Ed Terhar from Stantec, who did the traffic and parking study, is also on the line.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll bring them up. And before that, thanks again for showing that pyramid of discretion. Important part to note is full compliance in the table. So we do have very limited discretion to the prior cases. Yeah. So there's no presentation for sure? Okay.
Nope, he's just available for questions if you have any, but.
Okay, if you want to just come forward and then we'll put questions to all you guys.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nick Spirides, Reiners Architects. On behalf of Minnesota-made hockey, Bernie McBain, the owner, is unable to be here tonight, but appreciates your consideration for this project. It's Minnesota-made has been a wonderful contributing member to the development of hockey players ages 6 to 21 for many, many years. So this facility will now be right next door rather than up the road at Amundsen, and it's just going to be a great facility.
Great. Any questions? Yeah, Commissioner Strauss. Hey, Addison, stand back up. Where'd you go?
Yeah, Coordinator Lewis, give you a title. Pardon me, but why are we considering this? I know it seems obvious that I'm just going through it, but it's sort of, it's very high on the pyramid. I mean, it seems like this is if the staff sees that it meets the requirements, we're not looking at any variations, any exceptions, or any other thing. It seems to be a permitted use. It just, so because it's a site plan review, that's what we look at it, but I mean, I'm not quite sure why it's why we're taking our time. It seems to be a staff project to review and approve, which is what to me that pyramid of describe. I mean, we're up in that red zone, which if they meet the requirements, they're not asking for anything. They're meeting all the things. It's sort of like, yeah, we can say yes, but that's you may, and that might be a question for Kerry, but I'm just kind of curious why we're bothering with this.
You're absolutely right. It's just kind of a public review to check that it meets the code. It's something that our code requires for new commercial buildings, residential buildings over a certain number of units. That just have to go through this public review process to check, make sure it meets code. So. You're right, we do have very little discretion here, but it's your opportunity to ask questions, and yeah.
So, as I decide. Oh, okay, thank you.
Yep.
So new buildings over a certain square footage?
Any commercial building, whether it's retail, office, industrial, any new building has to come before Planning Commission and City Council for public hearing. Most cities do it this way. There are a few. I think Bloomington has an administrative site plan review, but this is the way Edina has chosen. We get very few of these, maybe one every 4 years, 5 years. It's pretty rare.
I feel like really the only feedback I recall with these is like aesthetic things, architectural choices.
Landscaping, screening, things like that.
Otherwise, yeah. Yeah, Commissioner Miranda.
Was there, and this, I guess for the applicant, was there any thought to put, or the architect, was there any thought to put the building closer to the street and have the parking kind of in the back or something, or that way you could expand the building at a future point or something? Or?
So the parking that you see on the east side of the building is, for the most part, existing parking, which is what so we didn't want to disturb that. We just extended the drive aisle and then created the curb cut out to Bush Lake Road. So when Edison talks about the additional parking, we're over parked. It's because the site, as you can see in the feature on the left there, the parking is way, way out on the far ends and far reaches. So hockey, wintertime use, he wanted to have some convenience at this training facility, which is largely separate function from the ice arenas. There's no ice in this facility, so just needed some convenience parking. So we at one point had a stormwater management pond right off of Bush Lake Road, but he wanted to really keep that parking because it's a lot of parents drop off their kids, make a quick stop, unload. That's why. So we pulled it back a little bit and moved our pond to the back side of the site, to the west side.
And having driven there and parked and watched 6-year-olds with, 60-pound hockey bags on their backs, it's much safer. I think if the parking is up front. And I really appreciate the third drive access in and out. That'll make it safer too.
Commissioner Padilla.
What geographic locations does this serve? Is this kids from all over the Twin Cities, all over the state?
Excuse me, all over the Twin Cities for sure. I've been fortunate to be a hockey coach most of my life, and kids from West St. Paul would come, kids from the northern suburbs, Maple Grove, but this is an alternative hockey program to the traditional association hockey. He runs Minnesota Made. It's a choice program, but it serves 7-county metro for sure.
And but there are no tournaments. It's just training.
Oh no, there's a tremendous number of tournaments take place on the weekends.
That's what I'm getting at in terms of parking. So this parking configuration takes into account tournaments or just training?
It's largely to support the training, the tournament, which is why there's so many parking stalls to the far north. So on weekends when there's tournaments, he'll fill up the parking lot, which is why we didn't want to not add parking for the training.
Okay. And Addison, or I didn't see anything about EV stations, but in the I don't know if it was the engineering proposal or the traffic study did suggest EV stations. So can you address that?
It is a recommendation. We can't require them by code. We can require it through a PUD where we have more of that give to get. In this case, with a code compliant site plan, it's not something we can require at this time.
But you're willing to put them in?
I can't speak to that for the owner. I can certainly ask him.
Okay, thanks.
This is a public hearing, but do we have any other questions before? All right, let's move to the public hearing portion. You got some questions now?
Yeah, I could just jump in with a couple of thoughts here before we get to the public hearing portion of it. So this is great. One of the things that came out from this report, I was just thinking back that this is within the Cahill district, and the Cahill district has, based on some flood reports, a lot of flooding concerns in and around the city. Some areas it's more concentrated than other areas. Where this site is, it's just northwest. There seems to be a potential for flooding there from what the Cahill report looked like. Not on that site, but the neighbor's site northwest. The long of it is that if there could be more space devoted towards water management, it would help down the road with any kind of flood issues that would arise. And from what I could tell, the traffic study, the parking study, did indicate that it's a little bit overparked. I think right now it's overparked by 35, and if you build this new location, you're going to add 31 parking spots. And so I was just trying to figure out the math. Like if you were to remove 24 parking spots, you would still be within parking requirement, and that you might get approximately 5,000 square feet of space that could then be used for water mitigation. It could be like a green space, something to absorb water, etc. And part of the Cahill study, some of the recommendations for stormwater management, they had like 7 different things, that they were recommending to builders in this location. So my thoughts on this one would be, it would be nice, right? I know we can't compel to do anything, but it'd be a nice feature if you were to think about designing in a green space, take away some of the parking, use some of that land space to put some kind of water management basin, a pond, something like that. That might be a beautiful thing to see, especially since I think the CP trail might be coming around this area in a future development. you're taking a run, a jog, a bike, you're going to come by your facility and you're going to see this nice water feature. So just what are your thoughts on maybe reducing some of that parking and using that space for some kind of water management?
Yeah, I'll just address regarding the stormwater, they are proposing an infiltration basin in the rear of the property, and then also I think it's a rain garden along the north side of this building. That is I think it's on the grading plan within the plan set in there. So that is on there, but I'd maybe let you speak to reducing the parking, because that's more.
So two things. Yes, we do have green space. We have provided for stormwater management. The watershed district has largely approved the plans and said we comply with the disturbance and making sure that we do that. As far as reducing parking, I don't think that's going to be something we can do, because on tournament weekends, the parking lot fills up and he has to actually have agreements with his neighbors to park in the adjacent parking lots because there's no parking on the street. So it's a very, on tournament weekends, it can be very busy, and that's largely why the parking, it's already existing. We're just putting in parking for our building, for this new building, is the only parking we're adding. So I can certainly propose that to the owner, but I don't think he's going to want to reduce parking. So
I'm just going to jump in. They understand they have an issue with parking. And if you want to go down there and see, they have an issue with parking. They know what they're doing, and the owner knows what he's doing. So I think it's probably not an option for them. I mean, I think the safety of those kids kind of going in and out, and the juggling of the ice and the juggling of the cars and the juggling of the times, it's a little crazy there. So I appreciate that second driveway and this becoming a safer place for people to go in and out.
Thank you.
All right, public hearing time. All right, public hearing. For people who just called in or tuned in right now, or please call in 786-496-5601. Look at the screen. Then hit 134-5527 pound, press *1 to speak, get in the queue. We'll turn to people who are here that would like to speak. If you are here, please come to the podium, state your full name and address. You got 3 minutes. All right, seeing none, let's start that minute.
Yes,
Okay.
we do not have anyone in the queue, so I will start the minute now.
Is the longest minute ever over yet?
Yes.
Okay, great.
We are safe to proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. Public hearing's closed. Take it back to deliberate, and maybe just, again, preface this. It'd be nice to change things. We really have little discretion. They fully comply. So if there isn't something really pressing, I'd recommend someone putting forth a motion.
I'm going to motion to recommend the City Council approve the site plan request based on the findings and conditions in the staff report.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Any notes to that, or are we good? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck on the project. Good luck with the soils. They didn't look good. All right, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break for people to, we'll resume in 5 minutes. Please come back.
Speaking of coming back, I'm going to go home.
Fair weather's not going to be like
All right, picking back up where we left off, we have one more public hearing. Whew. It's the zoning ordinance amendment, site plan review with variances for 4401 76th Street West. Carrie, take it away. Try that again.
Okay.
Carrie, take it away.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. Site you're familiar with, this is the new fire station number 2 site. We went through sketch plan review a few months back. So property is located west of France on 76th Street. The plan here is to tear down the 102,000 square foot building on the site and then build the new fire station number 2, be 36,000 square feet in size. Site's guided in our comprehensive plan for office and residential use, has a zoning classification of PID, Planned Industrial District. You may recall when we went through the sketch plan, we were talking about rezoning the site to PUD to allow the use. Currently, within the industrial district, fire stations or public type buildings are not allowed. They're only allowed in the R1 district. You recall we went through the sketch plan. Here's a look at one of the site plans that we considered. So the fire station will be located on the northern portion of the site, and then the southern 2/3, half, is available for future development. We looked at different development scenarios, this being the one that was probably the most favored, but we never settled on what the uses would be, just exactly what that PUD would look like. As you know, with a PUD, we as part of a PUD, you adopt an overall master development plan, and we just don't know that for that southern portion. So we took a little change in how we would process this. Rather, use the existing zoning today, the planned industrial district, amend the ordinance to allow the use if the commission and council feels appropriate. And then, so if that is approved, we would come back at a later date and consider, council would have to make a decision on how to use that southern portion. Could be a rezoning to PUD, possibly. If they decide on all public uses on the southern half, the ordinance in front of you this evening allows other types of public uses. So just to quickly get into it. So they've made a number of revisions to the sketch plan based on the feedback that was given in regard to the specific fire station site. They've enhanced the landscaping, provided permeable brick pavers within the parking lot to address some of those stormwater management issues. They have the access to the southern lot is still provided on the east and west lot lines for that future development. They've reduced the width of the building by 22 feet. There was some concern about the length of that building, and I think we even talked about, or some suggested, dividing it in half. That's at least a way to try to address the mass of the building in front. So with that, take a look at this. This is the site plan itself. Reduced width of the building, access along the east and west lot lines. The tanned area, that's the permeable pavers. Access for the main fire trucks coming in this location. There's a water feature that's been added to this green space, significantly enhanced landscaping. So here is a look at the overall site plan. So just to take a quick, as you can see, the site today has this large parking lot. So the plan would be to, in the meantime, seed that area, be green space, and then the fire station developed on the north portion of the property. So this would be the condition as the council considers what to do with that southern half. Run through some of the renderings, and the architect will go through this in more detail and talk about building materials. So here's a look from 76th. Another view from 76th. This is that community space. let's see, this side to the west elevation. From the south, you can see the enhanced landscaping. View from the southwest, main entrance. So this request requires an ordinance amendment to allow, and this language is taken right from the R1 district where these uses are allowed. It would allow publicly owned and operated civic and cultural institutions, including but not limited to administrative offices, libraries, public safety buildings, and places of assembly. That would be allowed as a principal use. Additionally, a site plan review with a number of variances. Sign variances regarding the signage in the front. The wall signage allowed for the front is 50 square feet. The proposal here is for 107 square feet. They're also requesting signage on the side of the building. Currently, the way the industrial zoning district reads, no signage is allowed unless only on the facades that face a street. So with the future development potentially to the south, these potentially could be roadways to provide that access to the south. So the proposal is to add some signage on the sides, and that requires a variance as well. Building variances from our 20-foot height requirement on the first level down to 11 feet for a portion of the building. And then the front transparency from 75% to 45%. So first, in regard to the ordinance amendment, to back up and talk a little bit about the site selection that the council went through. I guess initially there was about 30-some sites considered. They narrowed it down to 2. The site that we're looking at this evening. The other site was a code-compliant R1 property in Rosalind Park. But that wasn't very well received in the neighborhood. Concerns about noise generated from the facility. So the council did select this site as being more appropriate for the fire station. We also did a survey of cities to see how other cities, our neighboring cities, regulate this type of use. The only city that doesn't allow a fire station or a public type facility in the industrial park is Richfield. Minnetonka, Bloomington, Hopkins, St. Louis Park, Lakeville, Eden Prairie all allow them as a permitted use in their industrial parks. All those other cities, with the exception of Eden Prairie, also allow them in the R1 district. So this is the simple ordinance that's in front of you, is to simply allow this type of use in the planned industrial district. Given that a fire station is more compatible with the uses in an industrial district as opposed to single-family homes. Again, a lot of it based on the reasons that the R1 site was not selected. And again, if the ordinance is adopted, public buildings would still be permitted on the southern portion of the site. So next, review of the site plan. In terms of parking, the site is code compliant. Code requires 83 spaces. There's 90 spaces proposed. Parking study was done by Stantec. Again, Ed Terhar is on the call with us this evening to answer any questions. The study concluded that 76 spaces would be needed for the site. They also conducted a traffic study and determined that no additional improvements are needed to surrounding roadways. The site's code compliant in terms of landscaping, building height. Quickly go to our compliance table. And as mentioned, just the first floor height variance, the building transparency, and the signage, all setbacks, building height. This is a site that would allow up to 12 stories. So plenty of room within that. So primary issues to consider for the site plan. And they're centered around the variances. So first, in regard to the height and transparency, staff believes that these variances are reasonable given the use of the building as a fire station and public facility, including the public health division and the community space. That 20-foot floor-to-floor height requirement and the 75% transparency are not really appropriate for the office and living quarters within the fire station. The requirements, as we've talked about before, run contrary to the city's sustainable buildings policy. And we've talked about on our work plan amending that code next year. The apparatus bays and the community room would meet the 20-foot ceiling height requirements. Let's see, we'll go to the next issue is the sign variances. Again, staff believes that the variances are reasonable given the proposed use and given the size and width of the building along 76th Street. The size of the signage is in scale with the building given that large front. The signage makes up about 1.6% of that front facade. By comparison, allowing signage in our commercial districts, you could have up to 15%. So just given the scale there, it seems reasonable. Proposed signage will make the building easily identifiable as a fire station and civic facility. We've heard in the past that some of our fire stations are not identifiable, so that's one of the reasons for the increase in size is to make sure that the public knows this is a public facility along with that signage. The fire logo and the twos provide branding for the facility, and they're also designed to be an architectural element within the facility. And we believe that the side walls are also reasonable. Again, we see the possibility of public streets on the east and west side. And again, that number 2 on the top being an architectural element. So this is the elevation of the signage here. This makes up 107 square feet. Code allows 50. So a code compliant practical difficulty here is signage in front of the building that's not as visible, identifying this as a public space. Here's the side signage. You can see relatively small and in scale with the building. Again, this part would be code compliant if those were streets along the side. And then the 2 identifying it as fire station number 2. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the ordinance amendment as written and the site plan and variances subject to the findings and conditions in the staff report. And the architect for the project is here to make a presentation as well.
All right. Well, welcome the architect. Thank you, Carrie.
Which button?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Trace Jacques. I'm a senior design principal at BKV Group. Last time we were before you was way back in March, so it's been a little while. And I just thought it would be a good opportunity for us to review a little bit of the history of the design, but also bring you up to speed on the design and how it functions. And I did want to walk you through the plans just briefly so you kind of understand what parts of the building face what streets, etc. So I'm just going to move through this. We did have an original mission to establish a multi-use municipal landmark that's welcoming to Edina's diverse community and create connections between the people and the many civic services provided. It's important. This is more than a fire station, although that is what it's called as a primary use. All right. Sorry. I'm going to scroll through some of these. Shoot, of course, technical difficulties as usual. It's late. All right. I might have to, I may have to reload this one. Yeah, sorry. Bear with me. Never fails. All right, I'm going to turn a bunch of stuff off. Maybe that'll help. Sorry. We can edit this part out of the recording. Okay. Concept statement, I'll let you read that. But the important thing is that the project will be a catalyst for implementation and implementing the Southdale design guidelines within this region of the city. This will be the first structure that'll, in a sense, be looked at through that lens. You know the experience guidelines very well, but it's really about mixes of uses, mixes of experiences, mixes of architectural styles. Very walkable, very connected, and seasonal in a destination. As you're familiar, our site is located in a newer extension of that district to the west that will be basically between France and Highway 100. As you know, our site currently is light industrial, and Carrie's gone through the particulars of it, but it's a fairly large site, more site than is needed for the specifics of this building. Nearby connections to Fred Richards Park, Centennial Lakes, and through this site would be that extension of an east-west oriented promenade. The dimensions are yet to be determined. I'll just scroll through this fairly quickly and just get right to the design. As Carrie mentioned, site plan basically places the building in its optimal location for functional uses regarding the fire operations in particular, but also puts the public side of the building along West 76th, because the determination was made that we would not be installing streets, et cetera, for the rest of the site. So in a sense, we had to make it function for today and tomorrow. So what I would call a drive aisle right now will become a street in the future, and they were designed as such. But for the time being, those drive aisles are really used for individual users and not the general public. As I mentioned, mixed use. I wanted to walk you through a little bit of the floor plan itself. The upper left is that community room. Now, it's described as a community room, but it's really a multi-purpose room. It's available, it's schedulable to the public. It's used as a training room. It's used as a large gathering place. It's used potentially even as a voting station. That's been discussed. I'm going to point a little bit with the mouse. I don't know if you can see. The primary desk or information counter is located closer to the north entry. Health department staff occupies the northern part of the first floor plan. There are shared and common spaces, some break rooms that fire staff and health department staff co-mingle or co-use. They share a lot of the first floor circulation with each other. Health department functions are under the purview of fire department. So just a little structural thing with the city structure there. These represent apparatus bays. There's 1, 2, 3, and then an island, and then a fourth apparatus bay. Part of the narrowing of the building was the determination that we could use 4 apparatus bays for the time being instead of 5. We didn't need to overbuild it. We ended up having a fitness center on the east side. Down the road, if there is a need for apparatus, this could be converted to just a back in and back out instead of a pass-through apparatus bay setup. We tried to locate all office space on exterior walls, windows, try to get daylight into many spaces. But there's also a lot of mechanical and storage needs associated with fire. In this island area is, again, more of that storage and equipment and decontamination, all of this types of things that are associated very exclusively with a fire station. On the southern portion, this is where that tower is. That's a practice tower. it's really meant for multiple uses of different types of training, from ladders to walking stairs to lugging equipment upstairs to drying out fire hoses too. It's a multi-use feature. The upstairs, the second floor, is really just this central portion here, this north-south oriented wing, and that was, again, an effort to narrow the building on the site, but still have optimal flow through the apparatus bays. This is a house. It's a house for the firefighters. It's private. The health department staff aren't allowed up here. This is private to the firefighters. There's a lot of unique kinds of, it's almost a big family. And so it's designed as such. These are what in your typical house would be your bedrooms. They're bunk rooms, but they're shared. There's individual storage units for each of the firefighters that use those individual rooms. There's a very big kitchen, a very big dining room table, and a media or living room, basically, and an outdoor terrace. A lot of this area, firefighting is a very stressful job. There's a great need for mental health opportunities and wellness opportunities to basically decompress after very stressful calls. And a lot of that happens through either going to your room to just chill, being in a group setting where you can, sort of decompress that way, or just relax and unplug, basically. But there's also opportunities. There's an outdoor terrace on the second floor there that really brings you outside, and with all the lush landscaping, as Carrie was mentioning, I think it's really another great opportunity to sort of make this a special place for the firefighters themselves. Materials on the building. It's primarily a stone, metal, and glass design on the exterior. The upper left shows ACM or composite metal panels. There's a midnight bronze color. I can show you on the renderings where all of these exist. Down from there on the left, we call it reveal metal panels. That's really a medium bronze or kind of a brownish color. That image is more about the profile than the color. Architectural stone at the base, at the lower left corner. What it's not showing, it is showing the patterning that we're calling for, which is called horizontal ashlar pattern. This is showing all smooth. What we're actually, what we have in the specifications is about an 80% rusticated or battered stone, similar to City Hall here, with about 20% smooth. And it'll be in a random pattern. It's going to be beautiful. The lighting effect on the stone is wonderful. The smooth version of this pattern and stone is currently at Millennium Southdale on 66th and York on that new apartment building. Moving to the upper right, formed metal panel would be really profiled metal panel. It says metallic silver, and that's definitely in consideration, or another finish called galvalume, which is very silvery, but an unpainted but seal-coated finish that actually keeps a metallic look to it for years. It's actually a little more affordable too. Simulated wood metal plank. There's a number of different products. We're dialing in with budget right now with Kraus Anderson on that one. And then there is a portion of the building that is, burnished block, and that's primarily in the training tower, or, I'll point out each of these materials as I move through here. I'll try to be quick. I know it's late. So aerial view looking southwest. You recognize 494 in the background. This is that apron on the north side of the building. A little difference in these renderings is that this is more asphalt now than it is concrete. Directly close up to the building, it is a heated apron. And that's to ensure, response time and no issues there with snow in the winter especially. All of this areas in here would be that 80% rusticated, 20% smooth stone, and it really winds itself around the whole building. The sides, the east and west side of the training tower, are the same stone material. The burnish block is on the north and south side. We felt it really important to distinguish the building. It's a civic building with its name, but also the seal of the fire department itself. I think that's really important for civic architecture to project that message. This same view from the street level. This is a same view on 76 looking southeast. You see Minnesota Center off in the distance there. That's the community room. Functionally, there was we had a great dialogue with how glazed it should be or how opaque it needs to be. There are different situations where this space needs privacy. It could become a command center in a crisis, for instance. It's also a training center, and it's training for fire, but it's also a public training place too. You could be learning CPR here, for instance. Health-related education could take place here as well. So it was really striking a balance, and Carrie mentioned also with the sort of energy requirements and the push and pull you have with transparency and energy sustainability. There's always a tension there, but in general, we tried to glaze as much as we could. The second level of the building, remember, this is primarily sleeping spaces on the street side. And that was intentional, by the way, to keep the social spaces on the southern end of the building where that gets the most sunlight and daylight during the day. Street level. Again, this is the stone, the metal, composite metal along these faces, the white and the bronze. And then the revealed metal is on the sides here. A view from the southwest looking toward Centennial Lakes. Just gives you an overview of the lush landscaping, the water feature. There's an extended space just outside of the community room for outdoor activities that may be training related or community related. The permeable pavers on this is actually considered more employee parking, but there might be a situation on the weekend where there's some outreach, some open house where this becomes almost like a small festival plaza where other activities could take place. The configuration of this drive aisle with the 90-degree parking was actually a recommendation from the Architectural Field Office. Knowing that it would be a street one day, the recommendation was, why don't you park it like a main street instead of parallel parking, head-end parking, assuming there may in fact be commercial across the street one day. So in the short term, it works great. In the long term, it'll kind of fit that bill, and in fact there may be district parking that can handle some of the public parking needs for this down the road. Same view from the street level. And then considering that probably the majority of people visiting this facility will probably be driving for the short term, this would become more of a more used entry point. We have this is an add alternate element, which is this canopy coming out as close to the parking as we could get it. It would be a shame to lose that, quite frankly, when you're talking about health and safety and coverage. You know, you think about having something covering you. But it actually helps direct people to the entry point. And between that community room and the rest of the facility is a very transparent concourse space for people to gather, meet before or after their sessions, or do their daily business. And this would be the view from the southeast corner looking northwest. And this would be that burnished block wall. It has to be very durable. It's going to take a beating. There'll be ladders leaning up against it, people rappelling off these balconies. You name it, they do it. So it's got to be able to take a beating and not show the wear, and that's why we needed a highly durable material. So as far as the numbers go on the building, it's kind of that's what fire stations do. It's then when you think about it as a architectural feature, if you did a survey of fire stations, old and especially more contemporary fire stations, there seems to be a contest going on about how you can creatively integrate a number, and a big number, into the fire station. But in a sense, it's really become more of a building identifier from a distance. And so right now we chose the color green for the city of Edina, but quite oftentimes numbers get colored red, like fire stations. So I think that's an open conversation at this point. And I think that's it. So with that, I'll end my presentation, and thank you for the opportunity. I hope I didn't put you to sleep. It's late, I know, so.
Thank you.
Available for questions.
Anyone have questions for Carrie or the architect and team? This one quick one I have. Regarding the compliance table and kind of what we're making the decision based off of how this complies, I mean, this is bound by the Southdale guidelines, correct?
Correct. It's in that district, right?
And so when it comes to the design experience guidelines and compliance with that, is that captured in the tables at all? Because it didn't seem like it was.
Yeah.
And
we use the design experience guidelines more for rezonings, PUDs, to justify going above and beyond. This is really, other than the use not being allowed here, is a site plan review with the variances.
Okay, so then I guess, the feedback Mick provided, I guess I'm rewinding back to when this was PUD. It seems like we're taking a step back, and I don't know if everyone else is. I know we're following that, but do we lose that discretion toward making more of those things happen?
I think the idea is the fire station kind of is what it is on the front or the north portion of the property. We want to keep the design experience guidelines in the front of our mind to make sure we provide that adequate access to the south. We still want to break up the southern portion into smaller blocks. We still want that east-west promenade and potentially that east-west street that runs through the site. That could be that east-west drive aisle as proposed in the plan here. So the site was designed keeping the design experience guidelines in mind, but when we consider the redevelopment of that southern portion, that's when we really want to get into those reviews. And that's why Mick did the review initially. We did think we were going to come up with a specific plan for that southern portion. We're just not quite there yet.
Okay, I'll have comments later based on that.
And if I may, we did have, throughout this process of past several months, regular conversations about how does this measure up to the guidelines, basically. And we had a couple of observations that I think may have even been shared in our first meeting, is that the guidelines are really based for fabric-oriented buildings, commercial, multifamily, or private development type buildings, some office, those types of mixes of uses. But it doesn't really make any provision for civic architecture, government architecture. And on that level, I think in any city, there's provisions for larger plazas or deeper green spaces around buildings, those types of things. Now, this is not a city hall, it's a fire station. But as fire stations have very specific, functional needs. One thing I do want to make the commission aware of is that we did go to City Council to seek an increase in the budget for the project, and were granted that in order to maintain a higher quality level of design and finish on the exterior of the building. and they agreed with that, they supported it, and this design represents that commitment at the city's level to knowing that this is the first new building in this district, that it will, in a sense, set a standard of quality. Now, it's a civic building and not a private development, so it's, it's been an interesting conversation,
Yeah.
to say the least.
I just didn't see those guidelines distinguishing between different.
Yeah, they're more used when we're talking rezoning or comprehensive plan amendments down in the green. With the ordinance amendment, we are kind of in that area where we could say yes or no to allowing this use in the district.
Yep. Okay. I was just taking a step back from all these details and trying to catch up to where we got and where other things went. Anyone else have any other questions? Commissioner Smith, and then.
So yeah, I could kick things off here. Definitely appreciate going through the design, but I also wanted to take a step back a little bit, because I think the agenda item tonight was to look at the zoning ordinance amendment, discuss that, and then go into the variance, one on the number 2 sign and the signing variance there, and then on the fenestration, which is the windows and the facade on the outside, from 75%, I think, down to 40% or so. But as I think back on this one, right, so like last year, June, I think it was our economic development, Bill Neuendorf, we talked about buying the property. We all agreed. That happened. City Council agreed. And I think in March, you presented to us a sketch plan review, which I think these are the upgrades to that sketch plan review. But during that conversation, this was a plan unit development item. It was a PUD item. And the sketch plan came under that particular zoning guideline, right, or zoning ordinance. And I think the PUD allows us to have the most flexibility in deciding the structures, the features, the look, the feel that would go above and beyond or different from whatever the current zoning is for that area. And I think the PUD is what we used. Now, for me personally, I think that the PUD and a fire station is very different from an industrial building, right? A fire station has a very unique place in a city, right? It's part of city infrastructure almost. And so the PUD, I think, gives us that flexibility to do everything that you mentioned, right? Like, we need to change the fenestration because some of those locations might be a trauma center. Mm-hmm. You don't want someone walking up to the glass and seeing a person getting CPR. And with regards to the signage, we could talk about that later, but the signage, I think, would also have to be different versus a commercial building signage, right? So that makes sense to me. Mm-hmm. But what doesn't really make sense to me is why are we trying to make a zoning usage change to planned industrial district when we could just use a planned unit development to get all of this done without needing to have a variance done? It could all fit within that plan that you just outlined. So why are we trying to make a change to the usage in PID? And so that's question one. Question two is, if we make a change to PID, isn't that essentially a changing of land use? And is that within the purview of the Planning Commission, or is that within the purview of the City Council? So I just want to understand those two pieces. Why do PID change? And two, do we even have the ability to make that change as a Planning Commission?
Yeah, so I'll answer the second question first. Ultimately, it is the City Council that will make the decision on the land use request based on your recommendation. So this is within your purview. The pivoting from PUD, the thinking from a staff perspective was it's difficult to justify a PUD going through each of those criteria for a fire station without knowing what we want to do with that southern portion of the project. So we're not looking at a rezoning here. The existing zoning is planned industrial district. The question for the Planning Commission is, do you think a fire station, this public building, that language that was proposed, is that appropriate for the existing zoning of planned industrial district?
To add on to that, I think, so fair question there. And we'll talk about this later in our work plan reviews, but in our work plan reviews, I think we cover a work plan item to review planned industrial districts and all the changes that need to be made with that. So I'm not sure if that could be covered in 2024 as part of an upgrade to our planned industrial district zoning ordinance versus having to do it today to address specifically fire station development. That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around a little bit.
Still going that way. Questions? Yeah, Commissioner Padilla.
Okay, so let's see. You didn't talk about any particular security features. I know I saw there's a decontamination room, but there's got to be all kinds of additional other chemicals around there. And I also didn't know where all the fire trucks, do they refuel on the property? I knew we'd see you.
Thank you, members of the commission. I can take that answer for you. I think the specific question was, are there chemicals on site? Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm concerned just about security and any additional hazards and things like that.
Yes, we don't have any hazardous materials other than just cleaning materials for the fire station. The security at the fire station is just like the fire stations that exist today, with card access and keyed lock security for the building and the property, similarly to City Hall. In regard to the question on fueling, we fuel at our Public Works facility, so all fueling takes place at Public Works facility.
Okay. Thank you. And then in terms of the facility itself, is there a gym in there anywhere?
Yeah, thank you for that question too. The facility that we have actually, and the design of that gym facility is for firefighter wellness, but really all City of Edina employees will have access to that facility, so that and we designed it in a way that they could have access without interrupting operations, without interrupting the staff who are working 24-hour shifts. So all City of Edina employees would have access to that facility.
Okay, thank you. So how many employees would be there, like during the day, fire staff and health staff and things like that?
That would be just a question of what day and what time specifically. Right now, we have a staff of a minimum of 9 paramedic firefighters and or captains that are on at one time throughout the city. And so once this facility is built, we'd be staffing 2 ambulances and 1 fire engine out of there. The public health staff would also be joining us there, which has 7 staff that are dedicated to the public health facility.
And in the narrative on page 2, they talked about recycling and organics collection, and that was the only place. I didn't see it anywhere else in the presentation. So can you address, is that part of the facility as well?
The specific question around recycling and organics collection, just being a site where facilities could bring recyclings and organics, we have that at Fire Station 1 where we have a cart that people can drop off if they don't have access to their house.
You don't have that presently at 2, do you?
We do not at Fire Station 2 today.
There were consumption projections in there, and I wondered how they compared to current Fire Station 2.
I am not familiar with the consumption projections or what the consumption projections are for the facility. The current Fire Station number 2 has 2 staff in it. So obviously with increased staff, the consumptions of all the products for the fire station are going to increase based on the staff being located there.
And in terms of the traffic study, I know they said that there would be minimal impact, but I'm concerned with all the building that they're doing on 77th Street. There's going to be, just the Fred alone has, I don't know how many units, 300 units or something, in the Fred, that would involve so much more traffic. And then further west, there's a hotel. So I understand the traffic study saying that there is only a marginal increase based upon what there is now and just adding a fire station. But I don't think it addressed all the additional people either in the hotel or the Fred or the additional redevelopment that's going to take place on 77th Street. It seems like there's going to be a lot more traffic, and I don't think that got covered.
I can't speak to the details of that report specifically, but generally in my experience, traffic reports do take into account existing or projected projects with some connectivity to the site you're studying. I would think most of the...
They do take those into account, but Mr. Terhar is with us online. Perhaps he could address that.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question. Yes, the traffic study does take into account background growth for other development that's happening in the area, so that is accounted for.
Thank you. And last question. So there's an apartment building that's, I don't know, maybe 100 feet from where this would be, and I don't know how that impacts it or whether or not, I mean, you mentioned that there was one parcel that was declined based upon community input, and I didn't know whether or not we've gotten input from that building that's so close to this.
We did not receive any comments through the Better Together or emails. The property owners were sent notification of the project, but we have not heard any feedback from them.
But that's an apartment building.
Correct.
So the property owner, not the residents. The residents
Correct.
might not know about this.
It's up to the property owner to notify residents if they choose to.
If I may, we also did, when we were going through the Values Viewfinder process, go to the facilities, any of the multifamily homes, with flyers to try to make sure it got into the residents' hands for that exact situation where a property owner doesn't live in state, isn't really going to care as much about the facility going. So we did do our best efforts to advise anyone near or around the proposed facility, excuse me, to provide any feedback. Just from an operational standpoint, the challenge is always there is impact of the fire station. I'm not going to stand here and argue that you won't hear sirens. That's a part of a fire station, is making sure that we alert the public. When you live closer, you actually have less impact because we don't turn those sirens on until we have traffic, when we're trying to move traffic. When we turn our lights on, if people stop as we exit, that's when the sirens go. So if you live closer, you actually have probably less impact than those when we're going down the highways or feeder streets that we have to have our lights and sirens on to move that traffic out of the way.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Slama. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Other questions? Otherwise, if it's comments mostly, we can save those till after the public hearing. Good? All right, so it is a public hearing. Thank you all for those who are tuning in and those that are here. I read it before. Hopefully we get on the screen, but please call 786-496-5601 if you'd like to testify. Conference pin 1345-527#. Press star 1 to speak to get in the queue. I'm looking around the room. If anyone is here that would like to testify, please come up to the podium. You got 3 minutes. All right, set that really long timer.
I will start it right now. Since nobody has joined the queue, I believe we are safe to proceed.
All right. I welcome a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. Public hearing's closed. Turn over for comments or further questions. Commissioner Padilla, I think you had a question for Carrie. Maybe not. Okay.
Not related to this.
Okay.
So.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah. I just want to just go back to just talking through why PID versus PUD. I think Director Teague, you were mentioning that there were a list of things that this may not fit within a PUD. That's why the PID was chosen as the path forward. If you don't mind just kind of walking us through what that list is, that would just at least help us understand the constraints there.
I don't have it in front of me, but it's, we're looking for creative site design, mixture of uses, requiring sustainable building, meeting our sustainable buildings policy, which we didn't mention. This project is doing that, even though it's not part of a PUD. So we're getting a give to get, even though there's not a rezoning here. Enhanced landscaping, pedestrian-friendly type development. There's sidewalks all around. So they are meeting some of those things that we look for in a PUD. But as we've talked about with meeting that criteria, to use a PUD for a standalone single-use development can be a challenge. Not that we haven't done it in the past, but we just felt at this point we might use that PUD tool later if it's appropriate for the full build-out development of this site. But right now, doing the survey of other cities, it's not uncommon to locate fire stations within industrial districts. Other cities allow that as a permitted use. That seemed the way to go here.
So just a clarifying question. So from your perspective, when we say include a fire station within an industrial district, it doesn't matter what all the configurations of the fire station is. Once it's a fire station, we have full discretion on any kind of design for that fire station once it's deemed a fire station as a permitted use within an industrial district. Is that kind of how you would look at that?
Yeah, so if our current code allowed a fire station in the industrial district, this would still be in front of you. It would just be a site plan review with those variances. Even if there was no variances, just like the Minnesota Made project, it would still be in front of you as a site plan review.
Can I jump in? So part of the reason it's here approving this in an industrial district is because these are approved in R1 districts in residential. Churches, schools, fire stations are approved for an residential single-family zoning. And so right now, so you can have land anywhere within the city and claim it for a fire station. We just don't happen to have that notification in an industrial district, which is why we're talking about that now. I mean, if one of the reasons to have it in any residential district everywhere, anywhere, is so that it can be located where it's needed, the same really applies to any land within the city of Edina. And so we're just making a change to the industrial use zoning. So I think I feel fine about that.
Commissioner Miranda.
Well, but I mean, we don't really want this to be an industrial district, right? I mean, the land use is guided that way, or well, actually, because it's zoned that way historically. But, the whole Southdale area guidelines, I mean, we want housing, we want commercial businesses, we want a lot of things here. So backpedaling by the city to, keep this planned industrial just seems very odd to me. And it doesn't, I mean, we're trying to shoehorn in, by making it legal in any planned industrial district, which I think in the future we probably might only have one if we have any. We're really shoehorning this in. I mean, this is almost like spot zoning or something, it's like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So, why would you have if you actually had industrial zone, why would you want a government building there? I mean, there's a pretty good reason why we didn't have that before, because it doesn't make sense. And you want to have them in residential districts because you want people to be able to walk to the building. I mean, look at where we are here. We're surrounded by single-family homes, right? So it makes sense to have government buildings, that are easily accessible to people and whatnot, but to put them typically in a industrial zone makes no sense. And this is shoehorning this project in to get it into this location is what I feel is happening here. So,
To tie on to that, I got one question. How wide is this site again, just dimensionally? I remember it being at least 400 feet.
It is. I don't have that number. I can look it up, but yes, it's well beyond the 200-foot block.
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, my struggle is to Commissioner Miranda, the city's committed to get a fire station. They bought this property. It knew it would house more than a fire station, and that was kind of presented to us as part of the PUD. Things have changed. We want to get this fire station built. I think all of us support building it there. It's just, for me, the fundamental design characteristics of it on that site just fly completely in the face of the Southdale design principles and the experience guidelines that we set the precedent for developers. So how don't we don't put that on ourselves is a huge struggle. I'm reading through it. It says all new development should begin with the premise of the 200 square foot block. And then everything else is from there. I don't know where I'm missing the point of why we're giving ourselves a pass that we don't hold ourselves to these guidelines that we approved. And that's where I'm just confused. Why are these guidelines not a part of the compliance table? I understand their guidelines, but they were brought up by Mick Johnson during the review, and I know the sketch plan. We talked about it, certainly I did. We have the opportunity as a city to really set the stage and connect people from the street to that back path. And you build a 400-foot shield, it's just fundamentally, for the reasons Lou said, I just cannot support this ordinance amendment. But for all these other reasons that just compound, I'm just bewildered. I don't know what I'm missing here. And if it's just to get this thing built, that's great, but I think its design principles are totally off of the standards we're holding all other new development to. So I'm struggling there, guys. I don't know if anyone else has read this and struggles equally, but we could accommodate a building with 5 bays that you come in from the backside by stacking stuff behind or putting the training piece above. There's design things that could be done, so it's a bigger conversation, but I don't support the ordinance amendment. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a giant suburban fire station, greenery, whatever, plunked in an area that's supposed to be developing into an urban walkable space. So, as Chair Bennett said, I think we're pretty much all in favor of a fire station. Nobody doesn't want a fire station, and this is a perfect place for one. The question, as we judge on land use. I mean, that's what we look at. And the land use here is just very wasteful. There's just not, there's a lot of unused space. And then in addition to the fact that it's very wide, it's also very deep. And so instead of the fire trucks backing in, they drive around, and there's this huge plaza on the back side. It's not plaza, parking area, whatever. So there's so much about it, and getting away from the 75% transparency on the west side of it, it looks just kind of too huge. And the material is very nice, the signage is nice. There's a lot of nice things about it. Obviously, we want to support our firemen. My brother's a volunteer fireman. You want to give them the best spaces and stuff, and exercise areas, and have the health department there. That all makes perfect sense. But it's the way it's laid out, to me, that just doesn't make sense. And this asking us to add, city public buildings to industrial districts doesn't seem to make sense.
So yeah, so if I understand correctly, I think what I'm hearing so far is there's two parts to this. There's a sketch plan review, which Jimmy has some design guideline issues with and concerns with, which I think is fine. And then there's a ordinance amendment discussion on what's the best vehicle to build this within, right? So PID is what was presented, but I'm thinking PUD as a different way and not shoehorn this into this industrial district. So I think that's two separate issues that could be probably covered as two separate topics in the future. My question is just on the branding, right? So assuming that, we discuss that part and then we talk about the actual building. I'm just a little bit confused on the branding. So this is the Community Health Center. We're calling it the fire station. And then there's a big number 2. So if the layperson goes through this area, are they just going to say, where's the fire station? Are they going to say, where's the community health center? Or are they going to say, where's the number 2? So there's something about the branding, I think, of this that could be confusing once it's developed. Because I think we're using that community health center and fire station interchangeably. I know it's all in the same spot, but I'm just wondering if the branding could simplify it somehow so that it's not different things at the same time. That's just a little bit confusing element for me.
Thoughts to the right over here? Any of you guys? Comments?
So Lou, what do you think the better approach would be to the zoning on this site? I mean, if this is where the city wants to have a fire station, do you think, I'm just more interested in the historical background on this one. Like, actually, Jimmy, you too. Just in terms of what has been envisioned for this area, do you think it should be zoned differently, and then this would fit within that different zoning?
We talked earlier about, work plan item for getting our zoning in line with our comprehensive plan. The city, I came in on the tail end of it, but Jimmy and I believe Jerry was involved in the Southdale guidelines. That was a 5-year project. It was very long. Where the city worked with Mick, and had tons of community meetings in the Southdale area, and there was a huge amount of input. And over this period of years, they came meeting after meeting, and they came up with this amazing plan. And they boiled it down into the guidelines, but the whole plan is much more intense than that. And it lays out, an entire block by block, how you're going to divide up, which we can't force on landowners, but it's a guideline for how the city envisions what the Southdale area is going to be, which is basically, an urban sort of downtownish sort of thing. And because, most of Edina isn't going to be that. So it's a very specific plan, and it talks about, how far buildings are from the sidewalk and how tall they are and how they grow as they get further to step back, and, tons of guidelines. And you look at the pictures in that report, and, it's all this great urbanist sort of thing and everything. And then you see what companies propose, what developers propose, and it's usually stuff way back, from the sidewalk and stuff. But it's mixed use. I mean, that's kind of the whole theory we've been going on, which is partly why I said the new Cahill district, kind of fell back on that. I mean, granted, that's more industrial than Southdale is, but that's also mixed use, and it could be more mixed use. Because when you have housing next to jobs and retail, then people don't have to drive everywhere. So people are still going to drive. We're not banning cars. We're not banning parking. But, these districts are areas where there's more density. You can have transit. We're going to have the E-line going down France Avenue. When you talk about traffic on 77th Street, there used to be a bus there. I don't know if there is anymore, but, that's clearly something. Cities along that stretch have talked about, like, renaming that block, kind of branding it as another block. Not American, International Boulevard or something. So, I mean, there's a lot of talk about how that all should develop. And, as Jimmy, Chair Bennett said, we're sort of expecting it of everyone else when we should be the leaders as the city itself, and we're not really delivering on that. So it's a big question mark.
Yeah, as far as zoning, I think it could, more toward a mixed use or support a PUD, which is what it was on the track for. But just PUD doesn't work with the timing of getting this thing built now ahead of figuring out the rest. But I feel like the commitment to the city buying that land, that was part of it. This feels very wasteful of what we could capitalize on with taxpayer dollars elsewhere on the site. Just not using it effectively. So turning it back to industrial, I think, again, is just super inappropriate. It flies in the face of the comprehensive plan as well as the guidelines and all this other stuff.
There's a conflict between the way that areas should be planned and
which
the practical timing considerations that are trying to be accommodated.
Yeah.
It's just kind of flat tension between those two things.
Yeah, but also, and we've seen this before where, once you start splitting up the lot like this, because, it's like, oh, just approve this part or whatever. And then it's like, oh, they have these grandiose pictures of what the other part's going to look like. And then after this is approved, then like you get to the other part, it's like, well, we couldn't fit it in and this and that and the other thing. And then it becomes just, a 5-story building or whatever. So by doing the one good thing about the PUD, it may be overused perhaps, but one good thing about it is that it allows you to take a larger parcel and say, hey, we're making this almost into because PUDs can be the size of 50th in France. I mean, we had the one proposal on the west side of France Avenue, just south of 66th, and that was the size of 50th in France. So when we get these large parcels, it's like you kind of want to think it. That's what planning is, right? You want to think about it from a high level, from a big picture. And when you start splitting it up and just taking off little parcels, it's hard to do that sort of thing.
But even so, say for the Grandview development, how that went, that was going to likely be something together, and then it's subdivided into 3 separate properties. I mean, I think I'd support this if, the design and everything was centered in one 200 by 200 foot block to allow things to be directly built and maximized next to it. So I would support that. I probably would support it coming back if it were in line with everything that we're setting the standard for everyone else. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, no, it does. Super helpful. So, thanks.
Jerry? Right.
I'm confused.
I guess I don't occupy the same resistance to this. I don't understand the point in us setting an example for the Southdale area. We're not building an apartment building, right? As the architect ran through, right? Really, the Southdale district is about shops, residences, etc. A fire station doesn't occupy the same space in all that, in my opinion, right? A civic service building isn't, try to mold that to fit this larger vision for the Southdale thing. I mean, I think you're making mountains out of a molehill here. I guess I don't understand that part of the resistance in terms of, like, if you want to have a community space, right, and we want people to have it be accessible, people are going to need to be able to drive there, right? There's a parking lot around it. We get resistance to that. We have a community room. It can't only be accessible to only the people that can walk there. Like, making this more, again, the civic space, the community space, that part of it, it occupies a completely different intent than what we're going for with Southdale. I just don't understand the resistance to that.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, again, the history of that is all new development. It's not just new commercial development. So, I mean, there's been things proposed to us like super blocks.
If we were building a hospital, it would be, I mean, there's certain exceptions to everything.
Sure,
I mean,
but
we say all new development doesn't fit.
Yeah, but something like this could be accommodated to conform in a way that, I mean, it's what, Architectural Review mentioned in their initial review. Stick to the 200-foot block. You can do this. And we haven't seen a change since that sketch plan to even speak to that or accommodate it. It's the same sprawling suburban development we're trying to avoid in this area. It can work. It can. So that, like, yeah, there's huge resistance, especially because we're in the driver's seat as the city. Like, that doesn't set a good example to the development community or residents. I think, just like the Grandview Development Framework, we own certain sites. We have a huge obligation to the taxpayers to maximize those sites. And this is the opposite of that, because it flies in the face of everything the whole community agreed upon. So that's why I just have a huge, just fundamental disconnect with this and will not support it. Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick point here too. I kind of fall in between yourself, Jimmy, and Commissioner Day here, in that, yes, we have the comprehensive plan, the Southdale plan guidelines, but a fire station is a very unique beast that I think has to be held to a different set of criteria. The criteria that I would look at if I were maximizing this was, if the fire chief said, I need to have this to respond most effectively to save lives, that to me is the purpose of that building. Now, a secondary purpose is it to look pretty and all these nice things that we want, etc. But the primary purpose is to save people's lives, quick response, and all the things that would make it more effective as a fire station versus a commercial building versus a mall, right? It just is two separate uses, but I get it. Some of the concepts from the Southdale design guidelines could be incorporated. But what I'm hearing overall right now is that the design and how we want to deal with that is one thing, and the zoning and how we want to deal with that is a separate thing. And I feel like this agenda item tries to combine both, which is causing a little bit of a confusion. So I think I would love to hear your recommendation, but I would think that we want to probably separate these two items and discuss it in the future. How do you want to move forward with the zoning? I think PUD is what we started with and what we approved in March, and what we should continue with till the end. And then really looking at the design could be a separate item where we look at the comprehensive plan, we look at the Southdale design guidelines and what's needed for this fire station, and come up with a consensus on a good design that meets all those criteria. So that's kind of my thinking on this one, but open to other thoughts.
So just from a high level for Commissioner Day, there's a famous architect named Leon Cryer who talked about res publica and res economica, and where a city is basically, government institutions, so things like hospitals, and it doesn't have to be city-owned, but, hospitals, fire stations, city halls, schools, that sort of thing. And they're distributed throughout a city, and they intermingle with the businesses and the multifamily homes and the single-family homes and that sort of thing. And so when you distribute them evenly amongst each other, then you have a real city, because then, like I said, you're closer to jobs, you're closer to going to the county government center or the city hall to fill out a form or whatever. Everything's online now, but or go to the health department for something. And so it should be split up around the city, which is why we don't have one giant fire station. We have what, 2, and we want 3. But I think, I'm looking at a picture of the Minneapolis Fire Department Station 1, which is downtown, and I brought this up at the the previous meeting, and it's much smaller, although it can obviously hold very large trucks, and there's a very large area for firefighters, but there's apartments behind it because you can fit apartments behind it. And we just have all this space around ours, and it's space you have to walk around. To his point, even if you drive nearby and you want to walk to the health department, this is a huge building you have to walk past that there's, it's not split into anything. And so, there's lots of reasons, and like I said, we spent 5 years on the Southdale guidelines. There's lots of reasons for these sort of things. It's not just like plucked out of the air. So, but in terms of Quincy, what's your last name? Commissioner Smith, I think it's pretty clear what's in front of us is that we're just voting on whether we're going to make the add or public buildings to the PID, right? And what was the other thing we were voting on? We're just voting on 2 things, and that's, this isn't really a debate because it's not a PUD, so we don't have that kind of control over it. And so, our hands are kind of tied at this thing. It's a great conversation, but I don't know that we really have a lot of say in what's going to happen.
Just want to be careful too, because we've changed our approach with how we get things through for different applicants. Like you think of the PUD and Wooddale Valley View, it feels like that same kind of thing's happening here, where we're switching gears to do a more convenient. And that seems like the goal. It just seems like an inappropriate use of that tool. So changing a zoning amendment, I do not favor. So, that's just where I'm at with this. All these other things help influence behind the scenes, but they can't be used as a justification for that. Yeah.
Can we either recommend, instead of the current motion, can we recommend that we do it under PUD instead, or can we divide up the parcel so that we're only looking at the fire station part of the parcel and not the whole back section? That is, is just a big giant question mark.
That kind of is the request. We're just looking at the fire station with the idea the rest of it would come later, possibly a PUD, depending on how it, yeah.
I would suggest that we make the whole thing a PUD in the future. But if we have to vote on it right now, I think we should just vote on it right now and then see what comes back in the future.
Yeah, you could make the recommendation on the request in front of you and add an additional recommendation that this should be a PUD or whatever you decide.
I don't know what others are thinking, but that's certainly more in line.
Well, aren't you concerned with the size of this, block, and the way that this structure is sitting on it? Is that it's not conforming to your view of how things should be built in this area? Is that kind of right? How does it like, I'm not going to get off on too much of a tangent, but just like by what other path does this site, get carved up a little bit and built on in a way that conforms more to kind of what you're thinking? Through what?
The tool of a PUD,
okay,
or
on the whole thing.
Yeah, or a subdivision that conforms with the guidelines.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's maybe architecturally, I think it looks nice.
Yeah.
In many ways, or just architecturally, it looks way better than it did before. I just noticed that.
Yeah, and we've already gone through a sketch plan review on this. So tonight is really either up or down on changing the industrial district to include this, the signage, and the building, the clearance, 11-foot clearance, and reducing the transparency of the glass from 75% to 45%.
Yeah, but I think if the vote on the zoning is not in favor, I think that variance stuff becomes irrelevant. Is that right?
Well, we've already gone through a sketch plan review.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
The zoning is the first part, and those fall under. So if we deny that or recommend denial, though we don't talk about those.
Yeah.
Other thing, I get it.
Okay.
Yes.
Because it's a site plan,
If
right?
you deny the change to the zoning, the use is just not allowed, so you couldn't. So you're really obligated to say no to the site plan and variances.
Can somebody explain? I guess I need more explanation on the resistance to keeping it a PID and changing the ordinance, because we've rezoned from PID to PUD just recently, right, to achieve a specific end. And this is a little bit different. We're adding an amendment to PID zoning requirements, saying we can put civic buildings on a PID, or PID. PID, I'm in engineering, so that's. But I mean, I just don't understand. I don't see a problem in amending the ordinance to allow for this use. We talk about people want to have access to the fire station. There is affordable housing department right across the street. If I were to ask most people, what do you think a fire station is owned, they probably wouldn't say residential. They'd probably say it probably would make sense to put it in an industrial area, right? This is also allowing for civic and cultural institutions on top of that, including but not limited to administrative offices, libraries, public safety buildings, etc. So we're achieving a means that we would probably want, right, in a PNI, or in a I keep saying PNID, in a PID district, right? But we're saying, the wrong approach to spot zone this. We do it all the time. Go ahead.
So, I mean, talk about the chocolate factory, right? I mean, that's the chocolate shop, right?
The ice cream shop?
No.
No.
Julie, right? And so, because a PID is very limiting. I mean, it's meant for very, like, warehouses and large industrial things, and that's not what we want this neighborhood to be. So to backtrack and say, oh no, let's stick with PID, just goes counter to everything that we have planned as a city, that we have said is our goal for this whole district. It just, because you couldn't have a chocolate shop here. They couldn't sell anything couldn't sell Girl Scout cookies or whatever in the fire station. But it doesn't make sense, because we really don't want planned industrial districts anymore. It's just not really a thing anymore. You want, even within an industrial district, you want mixed use where you have commercial businesses like the chocolate shop and industrial, right? There's no reason to have just industrial anymore, because industrial isn't what it used to be. I mean, in Edina, it's not going to be a lot of toxic chemicals and stuff, right? So it's light industrial. So it's you're going against the comprehensive plan, which is not what we're supposed to do.
How are we going against the comprehensive plan?
Because it's zoned as PID, but the comprehensive plan doesn't talk about industrial in this district.
Well, It's guided for office and residential uses, and within that description talks about public facilities. So it would be consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I'm
not the
not
zoning.
buying that. I
Not
just
the
don't.
zoning.
We have
The
a
use,
brewing,
not with
a
the
tap
zoning.
room in a PID district, like fitting in terms of community gathering, walkability, et cetera, like that. I don't understand. I don't buy into the fact that we're going against a comprehensive plan in this area.
Well, it's not guided
And-
for industrial in the comprehensive plan. I mean, that's why it's going against it.
Unless we redefine industrial, right, which is what we're being asked to do, which I don't think is that difficult of a thing to, right? If we want to encourage more mixed use in industrial zoned areas, say the Cahill district, when we want to make allowances within PID districts to accommodate more uses, right? We're saying we're not going to do that. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I could certainly add a little bit of context there too. Is we discussed this in our work plan item, which would come up next, to review industrial districts and all the possible uses for the future. So that's on our 2024 work plan. The fire station, when we approved the sketch plan in March, it was under PUD. I say we stick with that to the end. No need to make changes to the industrial zoning and add a different use to that. I don't see future public facilities in this zone in the next couple of years. So I don't see a pressing, burning platform that we have to include it now. And changing the land use, again, might be a city council thing for us to do. So I feel like all these reasons, it just doesn't seem like it's the timing to make a change right now for this particular project, to make a change to the industrial zone.
Can I make a motion?
I think we're at the point where we're going to agree to disagree on things, but yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
We'll do a roll call vote.
I move to deny the ordinance amendment to change industrial to include civic and cultural institutions.
We have a second.
Did you second?
Do we have one?
I second.
All right, all in favor of denying that?
Can you explain what an aye or a nay vote?
Yeah, so an aye is supporting denial of the change to the industrial zoning ordinance. So we'll do roll call.
Commissioner Felt.
Aye.
Commissioner Miranda.
Aye.
Commissioner Padilla.
Nay.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Day.
Nay.
Commissioner Strauss.
Nay.
Commissioner Bornstein.
Aye.
Chair Bennett.
Aye. So I guess the motion carries for denial. Thank you all. Thank you guys for the marathon here.
You should
and-
take action on the site plan and variances as well. I mean, you kind of know what you have to do, but you still have to take action on those. It's a use that's not allowed in that district, based on this recommendation.
Right. I mean, you have to follow your same vote by your same logic. Yeah.
All right, so then I also motion to deny the site plan variances.
Second. Anyone?
Second.
Do a roll call again.
Commissioner Felt.
Aye.
Aye. Oh,
Commissioner Miranda.
aye.
Commissioner Padilla.
Nay.
Commissioner Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Day.
Nay.
Commissioner Strauss.
Nay.
Commissioner Bornstein.
Aye.
Chair Bennett.
Aye. All right. So motions were moved for denial too. Like the messages. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys for spending your time here. appreciate your patience, and we still got a couple things yet, guys. All right, so that closes a portion of our public hearings. We got 2 items left, one of which is a sketch plan review for 5120, 5124 Hankerson. And after that is our work plan discussion, so turn over to Planner Teague.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the Commission, I'll try to move through this quickly. So this property is located up in the Grandview District, just west of the commercial area, located on Hankerson. The proposal here is to tear down 2 existing single-family homes that are located just south of the Grandview townhomes. So the area that's highlighted here in yellow, that's that Grandview townhome development. We're looking at the 2 single-family lots just to the north. Here's a look at the 2 homes, and you can see the townhomes to the south. Those townhomes are zoned PUD. There are 8 units within that development. So the proposal is to build 2 duplexes on those 2 single-family lots. So here's a rendering of what they would look like. And here's the site plan. So here are those Grandview townhomes. As you can see, there are 8 units. And so the proposal is to be a continuation of that PUD to the south to locate 2 additional duplex units that would be single-story. So the applicant has indicated that they would request a comprehensive guide plan amendment to re-guide the site from low density to medium density. That would allow up to the 12 units per acre that density would be, and a rezoning from the current R1 to PUD. So just a quick compliance table so you can see
Hey, Kerry, sorry to cut you off. We've been talking about PUD, but could you give a little rationale of merging into one and kind of history of things joining up with previously established ones, and why? We're going to ask a question, but if you can speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, we have done, since we started doing PUDs, we've twice joined a PUD. The first one was actually the first PUD that we ever did. That's the Vitamin Shop on 70th and France. So on that intersection, the first PUD was, and again, that was another single-use building, but it's the retail where the Vitamin Shop is located. We expanded that PUD to include the property across the street where the Chase Bank is located. So that's one example of a PUD that was expanded. The other is the Fred along 77th. The first PUD was the apartment building there, and the second was that second phase of the development. We just extended the PUD there. That project is going to be called the Finch now. So those are 2 examples of where we've extended the PUD. So with this one, the proposal meets the standards within the PUD. Just item of note, so duplexes are typically allowed in the R2 zoning district, the double dwelling unit district. The minimum lot size for a duplex is 15,000 square feet. These 2 lots are just under 10,000 square feet, so it is a variation from our R2 standards, but it would comply with the Grandview townhomes. Just to talk about the existing housing, they're not considered affordable housing units, but they are considered naturally occurring, somewhat affordable. It's kind of that within that range, but they're not considered affordable housing based on the values. The density would be 9 units per acre here. The Grandview townhomes to the south are 12 units per acre. When you look at the site plan, you can see they are a little tighter. The lot's a little bit bigger for the individual lots. I will just stop there, and the applicant is here for a short presentation as well, and then we can respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Welcome, almost good morning.
Hello, commissioners.
have a quick question for Carrie.
How's everybody doing? You want to tackle this tonight? I'm the applicant, Paul Donay. I live in Edina, 6605 Mohawk Trail, and I build in Edina. I think we've probably built close to 100 homes now in Edina, and I build in other areas in the 7-county metro area too. But I think we got on this plan, the Rambler style, after being at the Parade of Homes at my Grandview project and listening to a lot of the people that came in to the model, and they really were looking for one-level living. And so we've kind of geared this twin homes to that, and we've built probably, 28 different communities where I'm the president of the HOA, as I was here, and the Grandview and the declarant and the builder. Almost 1,900 townhomes and condos over the decades, and plus the single families we do. So we're familiar with the HOA, and we'll be adding these into the HOA that's existing there, which I just turned over, and we elected board of directors. So I'm here for any questions. Do you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to do a few clarifications. There's been calling it duplexes. While they are technically 2-unit buildings, it's actually 4 townhome units in 2 buildings. Do the math, yes, they're duplexes, but it's essentially a townhome project, just like the adjacent parcel. So it's going to be platted as one large piece, and there'll be 4 lots out of it. They don't necessarily coincide with the existing lot lines. Another thing, too, is I did notice an issue on one of the setbacks. It currently, the side south under the proposed list 10 feet, and it's actually 8. Essentially what we did is we laid the buildings out so that the building-to-building distances were consistent with what is currently in Grandview townhomes. Again, trying to treat this as an addition to that project. That's also why we want to expand the PUD versus another zoning, because this parcel would become part of that homeowners association. Legally, it makes it much cleaner if the zoning and all of the other rules are the same for this project as they are for the existing units in the HOA. The project basically continues the buffering between the commercial areas and the rest of the single families in Brookside, I'm sorry. There's sort of a new term out there. We've been talking about missing middle with the previous project, and the current word that seems to be out there is modest densification. So essentially we're taking 2 units and making 4 out of it. We're adding a little bit to it that keeps the other units somewhat more affordable because you're gaining a little bit with the land. We have also, in deference to the comments that we've gotten from Planning Commission and other projects, what we've tried to look at is the impact on the infrastructure and how that affects the value of the homes, the cost of the homes to the end users. And there are certain limits that we can get to without spending so much on infrastructure that we're essentially, basically pricing our units out of what we're trying to do here, which is to create a relatively affordable home in Edina. One thing when we're looking at the density at 9, the current use goes from 1 to 5. These 2 houses sit on 3 lots, and if 3 houses were built there, the density of this 2-lot area would be 6.7. So even under the current zoning, the original layout of the houses here in Edina, you'd be exceeding that low-density residential. So a medium-density residential classification for this area would not be out of line given how the project was already laid out. Basically, our rendering basically is just trying to show that the buildings are going to mimic and complement the other project, same kind of colors, same kind of roof pitches. It's basically designed to blend in with the other project and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Look to fellow commissioners for any questions. Yeah, Commissioner Strauss.
Yes, thank you. Your last comment, that was kind of what I was going to ask, is that architecturally, they were meant to sort of work with the existing, was it 8?
Work with, but not be identical. Common roof pitches, common siding, common colors, minor common column details, minor differences in massing things because it's a different product. The original building was a 2+ story, arguably because you're actually seeing part of the lower level because of the grade. The grade up the site is flatter. You do have the benefit of a little bit flatter lots. And the fact that we're a single level unit, it does have a different proportion to it. So I'm calling it as similar.
I'm assuming that there's been some neighborhood meetings and contacts about this, or?
No, nothing's required at this stage.
Okay.
It would be part of the next stage.
Okay. It's an observation. I saw how full this chamber was when we first started this.
Right.
Lots of concerns and apprehension.
Right.
And next time you came, or the same sort of stuff. Nobody saw. I think that the neighborhood has in fact embraced this, and certainly the product has been really well received.
I was going to say that actually, Commissioner.
There was a buzz when they were doing those open houses. Which you just picked up on.
Right. Yeah, we definitely have had comment from some of the neighbors who were here prior with I would call it a different attitude about what we have done versus what they thought we were going to do.
So just getting 2 or 3 homes were on?
There's 2 homes, but each home is on a lot and a half.
Right. Oh, that's what you meant by the 3.
Right.
Okay.
So when you look at the underlying plat, the original plat of Edina, there are 3 lots there.
Yeah.
There's 2 tax parcels currently. I'll phrase it that way.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner, like you pointed out, we filled this place with people that wanted to deny the original Grandview, the 8 units, and thought it would devalue their properties. And you remember what it was like, and it was really nice once I got them built and had the model open, that during the Parade of Homes I didn't have one negative comment. All of those people, many of them came back and were very very impressed, and they liked what we had done. So that was great.
Other questions? Yeah, Commissioner Miranda.
Wasn't in the final plans one unit taken away, 1 or 2 units taken away from the previous project because people adjacent to it didn't want it, or was it narrowed or something?
No.
Okay, yeah, it went down.
Actually, we had 13, then it was 12, and then 10, and then 8. And honestly, Commissioner Miranda, 1 unit went away so that we could keep the 2 white pines on the south side of the property, and then another unit went away for the gap in the building. And through the discussions between Planning Commission and Council, the 8 units became the magic number. In this case, I think that the 4 is already that magic number. I think it already blends, tapers into the adjacent project, and it's the right number for the site.
Yeah, no, I think it looks really good. And the vehicle access is from the alley in the back?
Still from the alley, just like the rest of it. I will point out, I know somebody might ask, there is one homeowner on this in our original building that went full electric. So they do have their electric power in their garage. All of them have it available, but only one has taken it so far.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think this looks really good. This is sort of the definition of missing middle or gentle density or whatever.
I'm just learning the term.
Right.
Modest densification.
There you go. Thank you.
Other questions? Otherwise, okay, Commissioner Felt.
The previous project, what was that zoned originally? And what was it was that originally a PUD across the street?
Next door.
Yeah, next door.
It was originally R1, but it had a 4-unit apartment building and a single-family home. And what we looked at there also was the math of the number of units on the amount of land. And part of my presentation to Planning Commission and Council was Edina historically does not have a townhome density or a townhome zoning. And a lot of the uses are based on 1960s site planning, and they really haven't changed over the decades. That's why we're doing PUDs, that's why we have PRDs. That's kind of the workaround for it right now. But when you look at what that wanted to be, I mean, we added from 5, we went to 8. We added 3 units on that larger parcel. And here we're adding 2. But if you would look at the underlying lotting again, the number that we're adding to what would have been in Morningside or even up the block here in Brookside, those lots are narrower because they're single lots. The houses are narrower. You would actually have you're adding fewer units than it seems, only because of what product was on those lots when
Yeah, my question is mostly about rezoning residential units, right? Yeah, I know I can save this for comments later. So the previous project was R1 and moved into a PUD.
But one of the properties had a 40-unit.
Yes. Okay. And these are single-family homes right now.
Yeah.
On the existing lots right now.
Yeah. Just maybe questions now. Well, I mean, it's not a public hearing. We can do a little of both. We're trying to expedite it. You want to finish your comments?
So, we're doing comments?
Yeah, let's just do that.
We just had a project in here earlier tonight where they wanted to kind of increase their footage on their R1 residential unit. And in a city council meeting the other night, there was a fellow who stood up and talked. He goes, listen, I've got this big property. If I could split it, I would. So for me, are we ready to kind of allow changes in R1? I mean, I know we've got the ADUs coming up, which might change. So for me, it's the changing of the R1 to PUD that I'm stuck around.
Yeah,
I mean, I
maybe
think
just
they're
to say-
nice. I think they're beautiful, and I think you guys do great homes, and I get that everybody likes those. I mean, you guys are good builders. For me, I'm just struggling with changing R1 to a PUD.
And maybe some of it is these properties aren't inherently, just if you zoom in on them, unique, but where they are situated is what makes them unique.
Because
to
they're right
consider
next
that.
to.
Yeah, PDD, it's in an area that this area is guided for.
Well, and we're talking about, do we talk about kind of looking at corridors of change rather than small area plans? I just don't know if we're there yet, right? How long does this corridor go?
Yeah, that's certainly not what we're voting.
Yeah.
That won't be what we're voting on for this one. But it's a good point to bring up.
Yeah.
So it's my understanding that you are looking to go from low density to medium density and a comprehensive plan amendment, correct?
Correct.
This strikes me as being a heavy lift for a comprehensive plan amendment. I think that this isn't doing anything for the missing middle. This isn't really doing anything for affordable housing. And we're basically, I'd like to see it be more impactful to warrant these kind of changes. So I think to be asking for a comprehensive plan amendment, in addition to just the, and the rezoning, I'd like to see more than just two additional units. We're just you're just adding two houses or two residences, which just doesn't seem to, again, be that impactful. And somewhere I read something about, a potential area of change, which I think is a good idea and hopefully something that we can put on the list. But that's my input.
No strong comments at this point. I don't have a strong comment at this point.
Initially to me, oh, go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, I was just...
Didn't think you were up yet.
No
Go-
worries.
Go
No
for
worries.
it.
I just was going to say, I agree with what you said about the heavy lifting behind the comprehensive plan amendment, and it doesn't feel appropriate in this regard. We have a lot of discussion around spot zoning, and now we've jumped the shark to the spot comprehensive plan amending for two lots. It's kind of wild to me that we want to even entertain that idea. So yeah, I mean, I just don't see this as having enough to offer to make a comprehensive plan amendment. And like you said, it doesn't really do much for missing middle, right? These are $430,000 duplexes at an 8% interest rate. That's over $3,000 a month mortgage, and then you're going to pay, what, $500 to your HOA every month? That's not missing middle. So, yeah, that's all about all I got.
It feels a little spot zoning to me too right now, and I kind of understand though why we want this type of housing. I understand why we want this type of housing in this area. It just feels like the process for getting there may be, we've talked about looking at all of our zoning and updating all of it to bring it more in line with the comprehensive plan, and then those updates resulting in projects like this, maybe coming into more than just one spot area. So, if that were the method that was used to, get the zoning where we want it to be, and then projects like this were proposed, I think that would make maybe some more sense. I think it's going to be a little heavier lift to just try to rezone this one parcel, especially into PUD, where we're getting more pressure to kind of stop using PUD for sites that aren't particularly unique or anything like that, and that are small. And so I think there's just some tension there. I think we want this type of housing in this area. Whether this is this method to make it happen, it might be hard to kind of justify this very spot type approach. But what does everybody else think?
No, I'm hoping I could get behind this. I think there's this already an established track record. We've seen what they could do, have done, and the neighborhood is accepting. I think the city benefits. I think this is an appropriate direction to take. If the question is, to considering going to a PUD district, extending it, I would say that's makes sense to me.
A couple comments, but questions first. So regarding the method, as you know, it's a heavier lift to get a comprehensive plan amendment, zoning change, all that. And in doing so, then, essentially the variances kind of go away, like those setbacks, or those, yeah, because they would achieve what the PUD allows for currently. So it's a heavier lift to get more relief, where is a moderate lift to get equal relief. Like, let's say you instead did an R2, you said it would be more seamless for a PUD, behind the scenes for everything to manage, but is that the case? I mean, if it was rezoned to R2 and you got variances instead for these things, are you confident enough, since the city council has supported a comprehensive plan amendment already, to do a less modest density here, that you feel good with this approach? I'm trying to understand it.
I think the issue with the comprehensive plan, I mean, there's been some discussion about other areas. We brought in things for other areas too, and clearly, I think what we're pushing here is that there are parts of Edina that need to be looked at. And to your point, you really don't get that look unless people are coming and bringing things to you in order to do that. So, we're tip of the iceberg, tip of the sword, if you wish. But that doesn't, to me, mean that we have to wait for that review by your bodies to get to that point. This is like the project that maybe helps you get those areas under your purview in your work plan, and something changes going forward. But the market itself helps drive that kind of stuff, and that's who we are. And I think really, if you consider that, then this isn't necessarily that heavy of a lift. The project itself, I think, stands on its own. The amount of density increase is modest. It's not a big impact on any of the neighborhood. What we're fighting is the math that is currently in the code and the comprehensive plan. And that was my point with talking about the original density of the 3 lots that were originally platted in this area. The original 3 lots exceed the current density in the comprehensive plan. Many parts of Edina do the same thing, but yet that is where they're currently placed. They're low-density single-family, even though they're 6-7 units an acre. Okay, that's an inconsistency in that I don't have anything I can't control that. But by bringing a project to you that really kind of fits, getting it approved, we've got some rationale for what you'll look at down the road. Okay.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, and I guess my comments, ultimately it's a city council's discretion, and I don't want to just be like our recommendation doesn't matter, but trying to better understand the method for you getting this to happen. I think relative to change, and I know a lot of people in this neighborhood, and I remember that whole struggle. This seems like less of a struggle, but it's still change spilling in to the single-family neighborhood, which we have kind of said we're not expecting that to happen elsewhere. And this area is guided both through zoning and the comprehensive plan to stay single-family homes. So,
one thing that I did consciously as part of the design was to taper this down.
Yeah.
It doesn't lend itself to continuing up the block in a piecemeal fashion.
No, and that's when I first saw the address, I was like, oh gosh, what are they adding on going down the block? So then when I pulled this up, I'm like, okay, this is, we talk about graceful transitions in any areas where there's different zoning to nearby changes in zoning, and we have no really collective agreement on what that looks like. But to me, this is a transition from a row home, which is already kind of, somewhat missing middle style, to now a twin home to the single family. So spatially and functionally, it seems appropriate. I just know the neighborhood will be concerned about traffic and the alley getting fuller with more cars and people, and construction just getting closer to the single-family homes. That's like my concern. And is it worth pushing that upon the neighbors when there's no guidance for our city to do so? So,
Commissioner, I have a question for all the rest of the commissioners. Where do you see? You say you don't understand this. I don't want to, if we want to call it missing middle. But I sat in those models for weeks on end during the parades, and I've talked to 6 out of 10 people, and they had gray hair, majority of them, and many of them had homes in Edina where their children had moved out of. They moved out of them, and they went to college, and eventually they had their families, and then they wanted to sell their big 2-story homes or their homes wherever they were ramblers. Many of them didn't have ramblers. They wish they had. So a lot of them were looking for this type of housing. This type of housing, where would anybody go in Edina right now? They don't want to rent and pay $4,000 a month next to Jerry's. They don't want to rent. They want to have their own ownership. They want to have their own yard. They want to have, like me, their grandkids can go in the yard. So where would this planning commission direct those people? If you say there's no need for this missing middle, you don't understand it. I'm bewildered here.
It's comp plan, I think it is.
I'm bewildered.
Okay, well, what I don't understand is how this doesn't apply to a PUD, right? So if you look at the guidelines behind a PUD and you want to rezone this to a PUD, you're just taking advantage of a specific zoning type, right? And that really doesn't fit here. When you look at in our city code, and it's not, tugging at our heartstrings and talking about philosophical discussions around senior citizens isn't really applicable.
You said there was no need that was...
I didn't say there wasn't a need.
Yeah, there is a need for this, and you haven't answered the question.
No one's debating that, but that's not what we're talking about right now.
Make it a rhetorical question.
Where do they go?
That's really not, appropriate to what we're talking about right now. So in terms of a PUD, right, the purpose and intent of a PUD is include most or all of the following, right? And we have 9 different conditions here. And as we know, we've been getting a lot of pushback on how we've been shoehorning things into PUD and capriciously using it for inappropriate uses, right? So if you look at the PUD requirements, maintaining or improving the efficiency of public streets and utilities, preserve and enhance site characteristics, including natural features, wetland protection, open space, scenic views, allow for mixing of land uses within the development, high quality of design. None of that is really applicable here. And really what's more appropriate for us as a commission to do is to change our zoning and talk about that going to the future, not to just say, again, this is, like we've already started to create tension with our inappropriate use of PUDs. This gets further into it, in my opinion. This is not appropriate whatsoever. And that's the core of the argument, not about where do senior citizens go to buy duplexes. It's around the appropriate zoning type and what our body needs to do in order to allow for you to come and present these types of projects, right? In a way that makes sense to the overall plan of the city, to our zoning types, etc. Right? This doesn't fit with the current zoning type that you want to put it in.
Well, except that that's what's immediately adjacent to it, and we're matching that same product type, we already have all of those same variances built into that PUD. The alternative is, as Carrie T suggested, was to go PRD3, which all we're doing is we're putting a different label on exactly the same set of variances that already exist in the PUD. Okay? Or we come back in as a R2, and we're shuffling the lot lines around, and we're adding lot lines, and we're doing it as a PUD, an R2 with variances. And all we're doing is we're just applying a different label to the same project, where the PUD that already exists already has all of these features built into it. It's immediately adjacent. We're not going across the street. We're not going down the block. We're not skipping around. So all we're saying is that existing thing can be amended easier than adopting a different one, a new one. And when it gets to the legal side after the fact, and we're trying to bring them in, all of those same rules that applied to the first two buildings apply to these two buildings. And it's a simpler method down the road of incorporating that homeowners association. Now, that's a benefit. And okay, efficiency of the street, we're adding a unit. We're adding 2 units. The street is becoming more efficient. You have less frontage per house. You're actually gaining that way. We're adding more utilities on the same amount of main. The city is not spending as much that way. There are efficiencies as part of it. Okay, I don't want to get into the rest of them, but the rest of the points right now, because that's really subject of a formal approval. But the reality is these 4 people joining the other 8 people makes that HOA more effective, more efficient. There's more people to share those costs that are involved. There's a few more costs, but they get to share them a little bit better. So that joining of the HOA is kind of a critical thing. Otherwise, you have an HOA of 4 people, an HOA of 8 people, and it really doesn't work. So we're just seeing it as a more efficient way to blend the 2 projects.
Yeah, I think that's where there's some, people are just wondering how, because if these, 2 twin homes just appeared as a PUD, that's not the route that you guys would go.
No.
But it's just unique because there is this establishing next door to it. Whether or not that's the right route because of those is debatable, but the city council approved that and kind of sent them likely in that direction, by approving that. It's a 4-to-1 vote. So I would assume they're confident with that route. It's just, again, it's a different label on, is that going to be supported and function in space and with variances?
Was it the same council? I just don't know.
Slightly different, yeah.
Okay.
But Commissioner Day, I will take that comment under, if it takes a different application type, I'm fine with that too. I was just looking at, from, the application, what made the most sense to us at the time.
Yeah,
sure.
And I want to be clear that I'm not opposed to the project in general, right? And I do agree that we need more of this type of housing, right?
Sure.
I'm just talking about the mechanism in which it occurs, right? And saying, as we go about our, the next item on the agenda is our work plan. We're talking about changing zoning types and stuff like that, right? It's just, to me, I know the city council granted the PUD before. I would have said that I didn't think it was applicable then, and I don't think it's applicable now. So I was just expressing my opinion in that regard, and saying that I think we need have work to do on our current zoning, right, in order to allow it to be an easier path and a more sensible path for you to propose projects like this, right?
Right.
So,
right.
So I recommend you seek that feedback from the council when you present to them too.
Next Tuesday.
Yeah, because they might have better feedback.
Well, more.
Over here, I guess, just here.
So just to clarify, missing middle is not affordable housing. Missing middle is about density. It's not about affordability. So let's clarify that. And then in terms of spot zoning, spot zoning is if you build a target in the middle of a residential neighborhood or something, right? That's putting a completely inappropriate or, somebody got paid off, sort of land use that's not supported by the land use around it. This is not spot zoning because we already made the decision as a city council to, have a PUD there. So this is extending that. Now, one thing that our comprehensive plan and the small area plans don't talk about, and I think very much on purpose, is that, they create these brick walls at the ends of the small area plans, and that can't continue, right? They have to expand over time. Right, and so there is no way for a developer, because our small area plans, it's not in the small area plan, right? That's outside of the small area plan. So there's no way, everything outside of that is single family home. So there's no way currently for the city to do anything. So yes, we need to change how we're doing zoning, absolutely, but are we going to make the city wait 10 years and stop all development in the meantime? And I think that's a bad idea. So as Chair, what's the name of people? Smith. Really. Chair Smith said, now what was I going to say? You said something good, I forget now. anyway, whatever.
We're just
Yeah.
like which mechanism to deliver that.
Yeah.
Right, so taking a comprehensive plan change is a big deal, and we don't want to do that like here and there and everywhere. That's totally, but we have to do it until we figure out the best way to do that, and that's going to take years. We're not going to do that overnight, so.
Any comments, questions?
Fine. I mean, I think everybody likes the project, right? And you're right, people want to live in these homes. It's just like right now, in the middle of everything that we've been going through, and you said it, it's the tip of the iceberg, and thank you for bringing the project forward, and thank you for all your work on doing this, and, you know, and you're going to bring it to council, and maybe they're going to say something else, but I think if this was presented right now, I don't think I'd be able to support it. But I like it.
As a PUD.
Because of all the issues around residential zoning at the moment, the R1.
Okay.
We also like the fire station, and we also like the lovely house and the lovely people on Scott Terrace too.
Right.
But we're you know, we're trying to comply here with the rules and the ordinances. So.
I'd say just one other item. I know this is a smaller plan, but typically before a sketch plan, it is recommended to have some sort of neighborhood get-together, not after. Like, and with the bigger sketch plans we see, there's usually a neighborhood meeting prior to those. So just a recommendation.
Sure.
It's not required, but what, 95% of them probably have neighborhood meetings. Yep. And neighbors don't like getting caught off guard seeing this. It goes in the paper. They live 2 houses away from it or next door.
Yeah. And Carrie did mention it a week or two ago. I don't remember ever seeing it as a, you know, it didn't happen as part of the sketch plan for Hankerson, for the other units.
No, I remember.
Yeah, I know. But we had a great meeting over at the library with the people first, though. So, anyway.
Otherwise, thank you guys. Thank you for staying till the next day.
Is it really?
Really appreciate what you're doing in the community. Hope to see you back. Hope you get good feedback.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. All right, last item. Not quite last. Well, all right, so we're on to our 2024 work plan. We got a number of things on there. Are you or is someone able to present it on the screen?
I don't have a PowerPoint or anything. I can just describe what's on here. You know, we've been talking about these for quite some time now.
Yeah, no, just like for the public or whoever's tuning in to see. I'm a visual person.
Try to pull it up. Just do the packet.
Sure. Yeah. Give it some time. Maybe before we get to that, just so residents understand, in addition to these twice-a-month meetings that the Planning Commission conducts for the matters you just sat through tonight, we do a lot of other work behind the scenes to get the city up to speed with a variety of things, some of which we touched on tonight, which is cleaning up zoning, different tools that we use that revolve around land use. One of our work plan items, Carrie will touch on, it's always on there, is basically these meetings. So that's always on there, never going to change. There's other ones that kind of come up and get forced upon us, and either by the city council directly, that we don't have much of a say over. And then there's other ones that have been this kind of organic growth over the years of what has been a priority, what have we seen, creating a lot of friction. Let's start addressing that, and we start to add it to the work plan. It sits maybe in the parking lot for a year, then we get it on. This year we have a lot of things on the work plan, and maybe just a heads up for that is we see approximately 3 of those as not much work until we hear otherwise, but they're just on there in case we get a directive. There's one other item that was discussed during our work session about the creation of a small area plan. That is not on here, but like I mentioned, if the city council gets enough pressure and they feel compelled when we go to present this in October, they could add something to it, including that, and or subtract things on here too. And then certain things will go to the parking lot for later, but the 8 things we'll talk about are the ones we're committed to as a planning commission. We've divvied up who's kind of the lead and co-leads and the ones who want to help assist on all of these items. And I think they're wonderful items. Talking to a couple of residents who have been tuning into the work session, said you guys are working on some exciting stuff, and it seems like people are passionate in the right areas. So I feel like we're set to achieve an unusually high amount of work items compared to other years. But Carrie, you want to just roll through them quick?
Yep. Yeah, you're 100% right. This is a little larger of a list than we've had in the past. So on the screen here, you can see the first one is what you had mentioned. That's just our usual reviewing land use applications and making recommendations to the city council. Could you scroll to the next one? So the second one, this was one that was removed from our work plan last year, but we feel it's extremely important as we start to get ready for the next comprehensive plan 10-year update. It's identifying those potential areas of change. We just looked at one. This area could be one that we look at. You know, the edges of those where we've done small area plans. You may recall the same developer had a sketch plan that was brought in for Grandview Lane, and we talked about doing that entire block. So that's an area that we might want to.
And along France. Going north to
along
south.
France, there's a lot of different areas that we need to, that we want to look at for recommendations for future small area plans.
And so I mentioned we had a work session. We've talked about this stuff a lot too. A small area plan creation for specifically that area west in West Edina. We decided we would table that and identify it and maybe more prioritize that as a part of this one. And that's kind of where things left off, just so people who were tuning in are wondering. Okay.
All right, number 3. This is the with the new state law allowing cannabis, we need to draft an ordinance. So that'll be another big task that we need to complete. So that'll be a review and recommend of a zoning ordinance, whatever those amendments look like. And number 4. This is the zoning ordinance amendments to bring some of our existing zoning districts into more compliance with the No, this is not that. Sorry. These are the individual amendments that we've talked about. It's the the Drool and Moose issue, allowing some flexibility with commercial uses that are allowed within our industrial district. And the second is revising that, taking a look at the potential of revising that first floor height elevation, the building material and transparency requirements. And the third, this is one that's been on our work plan for a number of years. We've just never gotten to it. Our sign ordinance is dated, so we really need an overhaul of that. That's not a pressing issue for us, but something that we should look at some point.
And I'd say just context, this type of work plan items on it every year where we specifically address some discrete items.
Yep. Some years it's much longer than others. This is just 3, but we've got a lot of other issues. All right, number 5. This is the potential for creating new zoning districts or looking at our existing zoning districts to bring them more into alignment with the comprehensive plan. This is another huge lift that could go on for, well, it depends how much we would accomplish next year, but it could be a carryover.
When are you retiring? Okay.
And number 6. Oh, this is the continuation of the parking issue where we've partnered with the transportation and EEC. And this is kind of a placeholder for whatever the next steps may be for the Cahill District Plan. So this is kind of a placeholder, and we'll see where that goes.
And do we need to have a lead identified for that? Because I don't think we got one. Maybe we're just waiting to see if it actually becomes a thing. Do we need to have that? Do you know?
Yeah.
Just, I haven't been there for these presentations with the council, but rather us be prepared.
Yeah, we might want to. If anyone wants to volunteer. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like or what those next steps could be. Or we could just put in here as a placeholder the entire commission.
I'd volunteer for that. I mean, that's right by my house, so fitting.
Okay.
Perfect. Nice.
And the number 8 is the continuation of the development review process. This was on the work plan last year. We made the presentation. We're making some changes in terms of how things get posted on the website, live comments. So we're going to incorporate some changes, but the big recommendation of reducing public hearings, that's all staying as is for now. So this is the potential. This is what Chair Bennett had added to the work session, to the work plan based on the study session the last time.
Is there no budget? Oh man. So I've looked at other work plans, say for transportation or other ones, like some of them get pretty detailed with the amount of money something costs, but like for this one particularly, just because I have ideas, like, and we talked, like it could involve you guys, it could involve more the communication marketing department, the web development side. So do we need to capture a bucket of funds, or does the city council or the city manager kind of divvy up time that they foresee it taking?
Yeah.
And is that part of the conversation?
For this one, no. I think the reason I put no budget needed here is the staff time is just kind of built into the work to accomplish this item.
Okay.
And it may involve other departments as well. But when we say no budget, that means we're not bringing in a consultant to assist us.
And I think the
Staff
city
can cover it. Yeah.
I think the city has quite a bit of talented, creative staff. I mean, even the ones who are making this show run right now that can help do a lot of things too. So, okay. Thanks for bringing that up. That was a question I had. Does this sound good to everyone? We good? I mean, this is basically it's just a thumbs up. We're not voting on anything, correct?
Yeah, I think it would be good to vote on it. Basically, you're authorizing you to present this to the city council in October.
And that was it October 3rd?
Yep.
Tuesday?
Correct.
And that's a work session, correct?
Correct.
And, okay, just so if anyone
Can I
wants
make a
to be
motion?
there, I welcome any other commissioners to go along. No.
Oh, I was just going to make a motion to adopt the work plan and present it to the city council on October 14th. Third. On October 3rd.
A motion for the
Second.
She said second. I was just saying third because I did her second. All right. All in favor,
I
say
approve in many
aye.
regards.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Chair and member comments. I know at least, I mean, it's late, but I know at least Commissioner Smith was going to talk about ADU-related stuff, or not? I don't know.
Yes, I could start. A couple of things as we wrap up this morning. So this was something that I'm trying to figure out. No particular order, but how do we enforce zoning codes within the city? There have been instances where residents that I'm aware of have overbuilt concrete hardscape padding in their backyards that clearly go over the lot size minimums or maximums, I should say, within the city. And I'm not sure how we address that as a city. And so that's something that I'm hoping that at least we could think about, or the city could think about. Some residents come to me saying, hey, look at my neighbor, what are you guys doing about that? And I think that's something that we just have to think through a little bit. No answers now, but that's something that I might reach out to maybe the city attorney and start there. Or
You can reach out to staff. If someone wants to register a complaint, staff would follow up with that. Not that you don't.
Okay.
Yeah. In terms of that impervious surface, that ordinance just came in to be, a year ago, maybe 2 years ago?
Yeah.
So we created a lot of non-conforming properties out there that exceed the ordinance. We can't go out and make people conform to the ordinance. They become legal existing non-conforming uses. It's anything that's built now can't exceed.
Gotcha. Okay. Second point that I wanted to make was, so I think it was not too long ago, maybe a couple days ago, a child got hit by a car and passed away in the city. And, a child in the city who dies affects all of us, right? And I just want to let residents know that, be careful out there, right? And especially during this time of year, there's a lot of construction happening across the city where cars are going through residential areas and not on the main connectors just to avoid construction. And sometimes these drivers, they don't know that a lot of kids live here and, mistakes happen, right? But maybe just be more vigilant in the city so we could avoid these types of tragedies. It's really hard for everybody involved.
Where?
I think this occurred. Yes. Yep. I want to say it's a little bit north of Strakawa, where I live.
Under the age of 8, she only been 6 years old.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's a sidewalk
Yep.
there. She just back from the street.
So again, us with kids, just got to be careful. On ADUs, I just want to say really great responses by residents. I think we got 135 responses from residents, which for a survey, that's really good. And a lot of great comments and feedback. And so overall, it was really good support of ADUs in the city. I think it was like over 81%, which is amazing. But now the details is what we need to start looking through and reading through to see if we could even make it happen. So as a next step, myself, Addison, and other commissioners, if you guys would like to join, we will be reviewing more of that feedback tomorrow, today, and really go through and really pick out the key things that we have to think about, and hopefully bring it in front of the Planning Commission so you guys could see and what the comments are pointing to, and you guys get a good sense of it. And from that point, we start working through that process of drafting an ordinance that you guys would support, and the City Council, if you think they would also support that. So that's a multi-step process that's going to be happening here every next couple of weeks. Hopefully we can get it done this year. One random thing, we heard from our resident, I think Jamie Austin, I want to say, about trees. Jamie Weston, I'm sorry. Julie? Janie Weston, I'm sorry. I should know this by heart. Where, she definitely pointed out the need for trees. I think that's so critical for us in the city to think about that with climate change and everything that's happening. One thing that I'm working on in my neighborhood is what's called a mini forest. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about that. But there's little parcels of land that exist within a city, and you could plant native species of trees compact together in a small space, in a very dense space, that really flourishes wildlife. And it's a great way to take carbon out of the atmosphere, etc.
I know that's supposed to be very effective, and I don't know if that's something that we talked to the forester about. I was thinking about like that would be a perfect thing to put on the Keys property, or a whole lot of other places because it doesn't take a lot of space. But yeah, I was looking for that's a great idea.
So I'll let you guys know how that shakes out. We are going to talk to the forester about it and get his thoughts. Last point, because I know it's late. So what I'm sensing from this body right now is that we're really taking a more strict look at zoning, which is good, right? We have to take zoning seriously. When we have residents who come to us to make changes, we want to make sure that they hit all the criteria, and that's the best way to keep everything as fair as possible. And I think that's a really good direction for us as a body. And I'm hoping that in the future, the city residents really start, appreciating the fact that we're maintaining the zoning for our neighborhood. At the same time, we got to think about the future, and the future is going to be very dynamic. So I think we just have to strike that right balance. But I think right now, we're doing a good job, I would say, on sticking to what the zoning says and really trying to find ways to uphold it. At the same time, listen to what developers and residents are asking for. So that's what I have for right now. I'm sure you guys have some other comments too, but that's what I have for right now, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Question, I think this is for Carrie. We saw, I think, in two different hearings, the Bush Lake Road one and I think the fire station as well, where they talked about parking and reducing parking, and I know we're dealing with reducing minimums, which all makes perfect sense. But then we have the bicycle numbers are a percentage of the parking, which to me seems kind of oxymoronic. We want to decrease parking, but we want to increase bicycle spaces, riders, as a method for transportation. So the bicycle allowance or percentage is determined as a function of parking. So if we are reducing parking, but our goal is to increase bicycles, is that a transportation committee? Is that on their work plan, or is that something we need to take the initiative on?
It is a zoning ordinance. It is within this group's purview. Typically, developers are putting in more than what our code allows, but perhaps Commissioner Miranda has some thoughts.
That's a perfect segue, if you're done, to talk about. Sorry, I got it. We had our second parking meeting. We had our kickoff, and then we had our first meeting with all the normal people that were on the committee. And this is with the Transportation Commission. We've got two Transportation Commissioners, and we have Energy and Environment Commissioners. So it's the three commissions working together on parking, and somebody brought up, someone from the Transportation Commission said, well, does that include bicycles? And it's like, well, bicycles park, so that's part of it too. So we're talking about all kinds of parking, and that's part of our comprehensive, or our work plan for this year or next year. So we'll be talking about that. And the meeting was very good, very energetic, very excited people. Addison's a great help, does a lot of work, and I think we'll whether anything comes of it in terms of action at the city level, but I think we have a great group of people working on parking right now. So,
man, just to tie onto that quick, so read some report about like the annual status of EV, progress in the country, and surprisingly, and maybe not so much, but basically, EV or electric bikes and scooters are outpacing the carbon footprint reduction of EV vehicles by like 3 times. And so just thinking of that, and if you go in certain areas of the metro area, like campuses, I mean, there's a lot of scooters around and e-bikes, and are we accommodating those with zoning as well as infrastructure and requirements? So it's just something that's kind of proliferating, and I know Edina had some stuff a few years ago that then they got rid of because of complaints. So, you know, it's just something we should be in front of instead of behind. But maybe it's worth bringing up on that, or maybe discuss that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and you know, e-bikes are already becoming quite popular, and more people are biking. But like on France Avenue, I mean, I drive up and down France Avenue a lot, and everyone bikes on the sidewalk because France Avenue just is not a safe place to bike. And it's in our bike and pedestrian plan as a major route, but we haven't really done anything with it. So.
Does anybody know if we have any discussion around like bike paths, sidewalks, et cetera, around electric bikes? Because, man, when I'm running sometimes those things fly by me, and I'm like, you know, we don't allow cars, gosh, it's late, on these, you know, walking paths and bike paths, that especially we put speed limits like around the lakes and stuff like that, right? Some of these people are, I mean, there has to be, I hope there's at least some initial discussion around that, because some of those guys come absolutely flying down those trails, and like worry about from a safety aspect what that'll start to present in the future.
Yeah, technically there's, you know, class 1, class 2, class 3, but, you know, because of technology, you can type a few characters in or whatever and unlock it or whatever, and then they're going, you know, they have vastly overpowered motors on them, and so they're like mini motorcycles. I'm a pariah in the bicycle advocacy group because I think it is a problem. I think they, you know, there's just no regulation, and no cop is going to stop a cyclist who's going too fast, right? So it's a concern. I don't know what the answer is, but it's definitely a concern.
And last thing, Quincy hit it, but you know, a lot of what we care about and what we're trying to do with how land is used is to uphold the safety, welfare of our public, and that's especially kids. And historically, when it comes to changes with infrastructure, it unfortunately takes a kid getting hit and killed to change how things are done. And I want the community to know, not like our message isn't be vigilant on the road, is we're trying to make changes to make things safer for you, you know, and a lot of the design things that we fight for, all of that speaks to making things a better place to walk and bike. Because even if you're on an e-scooter, e-bike, you're a lot less likely to kill someone if you hit them versus a car. So it's a serious thing, and usually it doesn't come into our lens, but when it does, it's serious. So thank you for bringing that up.
Another good place to start would be actually enforcing some of our sidewalk regulations in terms of shoveling your sidewalks and keeping them clear and stuff. I'll tell you, as a runner, there's a place where they have sidewalks, but they're not usable because people are covered in ice sheets during the winter and stuff. So I go out into the road, and so do many people that, you know, kids do the same thing when they're walking to school. St. Patrick's Church right next to me, right across from the high school, is an ice sheet all winter long. Nobody does anything about it.
Stop running.
I refuse.
Well, with that, staff comments?
Just quickly, the council at their last meeting approved the Eden 100 project, and they held the public hearing for the PCD district, and they'll take action on it next week. That's it.
Great. Thank you. And with
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're done.
And it's only 12:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you guys were forcing us to say